Ladies love the skin. Ow. Bring it a little bit closer. The good skin, that is. That's why having a proper skincare routine is very important, and you need to feel Lateej. The process is so easy, just 4 steps. You got your daily face wash. That's going to clean your face up nice and right. You got your exfoliator scrub. That's going to open up your pores. You got your AM moisturizer with the SPM 20, which is going to protect you from the sun. You also got your PM moisturizer, which is going to make sure your skin is protected throughout the night. Tej has tons of reviews from dedicated customers across the world. I know I said a lot, but it's okay, because guess what? It comes with an instruction card to explain to you in detail what to do morning and night. And because Tej is a sponsor, they're offering my family 30% off along with a free gift. Just click that link that's in the description and feel the Tej. Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-grown beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today.
Can somebody get Sweeney some tea or something, man? I don't. he just out of it today. This ain't the typical Sweeney.
Bro, what he was on King Talk or something? The dude got mad at Sweeney too?
No,
what happened to Sweeney?
Like HR had
Look at him.
Yeah, HR.
Okay. He got a cease and desist
camera like he backed up.
Like, somebody called the hotline on him. So,
oh man,
yeah, I don't know who did, but somebody called the hotline on him, and then
you ain't got a sugarcoat. Mr. Lego called the hotline on me.
Ooh, I ain't called nobody on nothing. I don't care enough to call nobody on y'all.
He was crying in the background, talking about some Sweetie, keep sunning me, man. I'm tired of him sunning me, man. You gotta be quiet. You gotta tell him to be quiet, bro.
You had to sign a performance plan, Sweeney.
Yeah, man, we had to put something in play, man. So like him and Mr. Lego got to go out of separate doors now. Can't go out the same door.
Sweeney, my guy. I ain't got no problem, Sweeney. Okay. One of these women did something.
All right, let's go ahead and get the show started. Hit that like button, family. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I do see the super chats. I will address them directly after this. But we're going to dive into our first topic of this night, which is waiting for a man's true potential dangerous for women? It's waiting for a man's true potential dangerous for women. I'll go ahead and play this clip.
Is it risky to wait for a man to be the best version of himself? Or should you take it as, if I don't want to marry him right now, I'm good? Like, how long should a woman be waiting for that?
I think that when two people are already grown, I don't think you should get with someone for the potential of it at all. And guys will actually resent you for it. The whole time that Ken was telling me that he was going to work on these things, I didn't even realize that he had tons of resentment.
Yeah.
That he had to work on those things.
Mm-hmm. If they had it, they would have showed you that to begin with, but they don't have it. And so now they're working on something that's not within them to begin with, and now they're resenting you because they do want to be with you, but you're trying to make him into something that he's just not. And so he's trying his best, but his best is not good enough because it will never produce something that he doesn't already have, right? A woman dating for potential is dangerous because, number one, you really might be wasting your time.
You are.
And time is very valuable. And then number two, you don't know how he feels about you telling him, well, maybe in a year, once this is happening and this is happening, we don't know if it's going to happen. And now he's feeling like he's never going to measure up. And when men's egos are hurt, they get they're
defensive.
dangerous people. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and get into this topic, man. Is it waiting for a man's true potential dangerous for women? I'm going to start with you first, Voice. What are your thoughts about that? You agree? Is it dangerous for a woman to wait on a man's potential?
You know what? I think so, because I just go by a person shows you who they are. The first time a person shows you who they are, believe them. And as a true statement. So pretty much is what she's talking about is trying to change somebody. You're trying to make him do something that he wouldn't normally do. And then people end up resenting you because it's not the person who they really are. It's not natural to them. You know, so if that's not something that's natural to somebody, then I wouldn't date somebody if I'm just dating for potential. No, I got to see, I like these things about this person. This is why I want to date or start a relationship with this person, pretty much for me. That's my opinion.
Okay. So it is dangerous.
It is, because and most of the time it doesn't last.
Give me an example of a potential that you're not waiting for that you think is dangerous.
Like a woman, let's say a woman that she's like with the guy, and he may not show her so much attention. He's not as attentive to her, doesn't call her back, doesn't text her as much, but she keeps calling. She's like, oh, trying to get him to, well, you don't do this enough, and I feel like this attention you're not giving me, or kind of like nagging him or trying to get him to do things that he wouldn't normally do, pushing him to do stuff, and then that kind of pushes him away too, because it becomes like a tit for tat game. Like if I'm trying to get something out of you that's not, because like squeezing something and nothing else is coming out, then it's no reason to continue that relationship. So I would think so. That's a dangerous thing, to date somebody for potential, because if you don't have anything in common with that person, there's no potential there.
Trev, before you answer that question, what do you think about what Voice said? Do you agree with her? Yeah, Trev.
Yeah.
Slightly. There's I'd say yeah, and mostly yeah.
Did you hear what she said, Trev?
I did.
Okay.
That's why I said slightly. Slightly.
Okay. Can you expand on that a little bit for me?
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of nuances with this particular question, right? Firstly, I think it's kind of weird to even feel confident with a man who is subject to change from a woman, right? First of all, a man is going to be who he is. He should be who he is. He should be a leader, first of all. That's what I really feel like. That's the first thing. If you're not on your grind by yourself and you need a woman to push or pressure you or motivate you, not to say that a woman can't support you. That's absolutely great if a woman can support you. But now to pressure you or to try to make you do things that you normally wouldn't do, like you're not autonomous, that's kind of weird to me. If you need a woman to push you in that direction, that's the first part that kind of made me feel a little weird. And then she said something crazy at the end about a man that can resent you for it is dangerous. I mean, what are we really talking about? No matter what, it's always like women have to present men as a threat. Right? It's because the dude might be lazy. Maybe he's not motivated now. He's just a threat. I don't believe in that either. Like he's just not up to it. And there's nothing wrong with that. You also have to pay attention to the trajectory of a man, right? So if he is about his business, he might not be where he is right now, but his potential could be great, right? He might not have any money right now, but this dude is in school to be a doctor. So like he's going to be broke that time. A lot of college school people in grad school, college, they broke. They eating the noodles, man. Ain't nothing they can do about it. But you see what path he's on, right? And that's the best chance you have at having a man for a long term, because he understands that you was with him during the grind season, right? That's that whole she wasn't shooting with me in the gym, right? If she's sitting there with you when you had nothing and she can grow with you, then that makes sense. Now, there's another part to that, because if women are a little bit up in the age, you can't expect her to be waiting on a man like that. If it's a woman that's dating that's in her 30s, that's in her 40s, she's going to have to date a little older too. And those men should be established by that point, right? They should be mature enough. Whatever it is that she's looking for in that particular man should be there when he's in his 30s, when he's in his 40s. But a guy in his 20s, relationships is a risk no matter what, because a person is subject to change at you at any time. You just have to discern as much as you can, pay attention to the signs, ask the right questions, have the right conversations, see how this person is living, see if they have a good moral character, see if they're on a trajectory to success, and you work with them. I'll leave it there for now.
So Trev, and I wanted to come right behind you because
Pause.
What we have here is a severe lack of understanding between the sexes right now. What I just heard in that video, and then Voice wrapped it up in a pretty bow. When women talk about dating men, and this is where the whole dangerous aspect of it comes from too. I'm gonna explain it to you. When they think about dating a man for potential, they're not talking about the potential he sets for himself. You know what I mean? Like a man who says, I'm going to be a doctor one day, and he sets that standard for himself, and they're dating him on the potential of the roles that he said he's going to do. When they say I'm dating him on potential, they're dating him on the potential of shit they want him to do. For example, the very first example Voice gave was, oh, he doesn't call me. I would love for him to call me more often. He didn't tell you he was going to call you. He didn't tell you he was going to do any of that. How are you dating him on potential when he never said he was going to do any of those things? Here's the problem. And I'm about to tie it right back around to the lady in the video. When she said, oh, it gets dangerous because they resent you. They're not resenting you because you're holding them to a standard that they already placed on themselves. They resenting you for you trying to make them into something they don't want to be.
That's true. Yeah.
So when you say, oh, when you start nagging a man and trying to make him do the shit you want him to do, that's not dating somebody on potential. That's just you trying to control someone.
Giving somebody expectations
that they never told you they would do. They never set that standard. They never told you they were going to be this thing, and yet you're trying to force it on them. And in that case, because those type of issues tend to be very volatile, when you try to make somebody do something they neither had any desire doing or don't want to do, yes, it can get very dangerous. But the problem is ladies, y'all got to stop saying that's dating on potential. That's not dating on potential. That's you trying to control him. Dating on potential is him working his way to being a journeyman, or he's working to become, or he's trying to graduate school, or he wants to be a doctor one day and he's on his pathway to doing it. That's dating on potential. Dating on potential ain't you trying to, oh, well, I want you to be a doctor. And he's like, well, I'm trying to be an electrician. Well, I'm going to stick around with you until you become a doctor. So why don't you keep doing it? Then you start telling him, hey, I got these doctor forms, this medical school shit that you need to fill out. Oh, you don't want to fill it out? Why aren't you filling it out? Because he's trying to be an electrician. He's not trying to be a doctor. So that's what it is. And that's why when women think about that shit, they say, oh, it's dangerous. No, you're trying to force him to do some shit he don't want to do. And yes, that can get very dangerous.
I gotta disagree with that. And it's all about interpretation of what we are actually seeing. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I see something totally different than that. And this is my interpretation, when they are saying it is dangerous to date a man's potential, women and men, but we're talking about women dating men for the potential. Women date on their present level of self-worth. So depending on who you're dating, if he is not where you want him to be or where he wants himself to be, there's a reason why you're dating him. You're not where you want to be either as a woman. And I think that's the biggest issue. And when a man is still working to become what he wants to be, and a woman may or may not be working to become who she wants to be, one of the two people are going to probably outpace the other person. And either the dude is going to make it and leave the woman behind, or the woman is going to make it and leave the man behind. But when the woman makes it, she's going to be looking at the man like, yo, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, you're a bum. And she's going to start emasculating him. And that's when he starts resenting her, because now he's going to be like, yo, who the hell are you talking to? Right. And I think that's what I got from the danger in dating somebody that isn't, gotten to their potential yet. Because altogether, when a man is intellectually inferior to a woman, or he can't keep up with her verbiage when she's blah, 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 sometimes he uses his physical prowess to be like, woof up at her. Who are you talking to? You better shut the hell up. And then it can actually get physical because he cannot spar with her verbally. So I hear danger. I actually hear actual danger, like physical danger, because it ain't nothing in the world like a dumb dude with a smart woman and she starts emasculating him. He's going to go upside her head, possibly, because he can't spar with her in any other way. So any way to regain his masculinity in that relationship, he's going to do it. And most likely it's going to be physical. That's what I see.
I don't see how that's too much different from what I said, but okay.
It's not. It's exactly what you said, Sweeney. I was gonna ask you a question. Did you go like take night courses at a community college? Because this is the first time I really seen you hear what a woman was saying and translate it into man speak perfectly. So much so that the women in the chat was like, "He right, y'all. He right." I seen voice nodding their head like, "Yep, he getting it. He getting it." I don't know. Maybe quiet Sweeney is introspective Sweeney. All right, so let's deal with this. So the thing I got from it, which I was curious about, was what did she mean by potential? Because she could have not been talking about financial potential. She could have been talking about emotional labor and getting him to a point mentally and emotionally where they could connect on a different level. So I was curious as to which potential specifically she was talking to. Outside of that, I think you 100% right. Let go just furthered the point that you made.
I was gonna say, I think it all depends on what potential you're looking for. If you're a woman that is trying to get with somebody and you know that you are a type of woman that needs somebody who's emotionally available, right? Or deal with you on an emotional level, and you see that this person doesn't have that emotional capacity, then I think you would be wasting your time in regards to potential in that regard. But if it's, I think one of you guys brought up the financial aspect. I also think that you got to kind of look at, because even if a person is not where they want to be, I think it's the direction, like what plan do you have to get there? If there's no plan and you just like, yeah, I'm gonna be this rapper, but you you never wrote a rhyme before. You know what I'm saying? So I think the potential, it depends on the age and stage you are in your life. The younger you are, I think you have the time, and people are developing. They're not where they need to be yet. So I think it's okay when you're dating someone for potential when you're younger. But the older you get, you don't have time to waste anymore. So whoever you're getting with at that stage in your life need to already have most of that stuff together. And then you guys can continue to grow together. But I don't think you should I don't think you should discredit a partner, whether it's a man or a woman. But in this case, we're saying is women. I don't think you should discredit a man if he's not where you want him to be right now, as long as he's actively working towards his direction to get where he feels he needs to be.
To add one more thing onto that just popped in my head. When Nelson talked about people going to therapy for them, and then they start healing at a pace that's faster or getting a better mental space than they man, they tend to use the psychological terms they learn as a weapon in there. And it kind of sounds like she may be teetering on that line too, the lady, if she's, to go back to Sweeney point about trying to force somebody to become something you want. So now it's when somebody come home and start saying things like, I heard, and it's like in therapy today, I learned about gaslighting. What you're doing right now is gaslighting. The man might not be aware of what she even means or what she's talking about in that sense. That's why I really needed her to clearly define what potential was.
Okay. Go ahead, Andrea, and then we'll go to Greg.
I think that it's, how do I say this? Okay. For it's kind of weird for somebody to be like, I think that she's being confrontational because she's using words that she learned. It's okay to like learn things and then apply them in your life. So if you can't keep up, I think that's more of like I think that's not to say you specifically, but just generally speaking, if a person can't keep up because someone else is talking to them in an educated way, I think that's more about them and less about that person. I think they're projecting to even put that on that person because she's saying, hey, these are some things I learned in therapy as I'm trying to like go on this journey to heal myself. And you're sitting here doing nothing. Okay. Second thing, I think that like sometimes I feel like we tend to like talk in absolutes a lot. And I agree with some of the panelists tonight saying that like potential can mean a variety of different things. And for me personally, I think that it's dangerous in a sense that, like, not a danger of physicality of like, oh my God, I'm scared, or oh, we're confrontational, but dangerous in a sense of like, if you're not doing anything with your life, you're going to hinder me from like reaching my goals. Like you at that point, you become a distraction. Like, so I think that it is definitely dangerous because it's just a distraction from where you want to be as a woman, just specifically because of the video. It's dangerous because you're getting in my way. Like, I'm trying to pursue this. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to graduate school. I'm trying to like whatever. I'm trying to excel in my life, my career. You're dangerous because you're in my way and you're presenting yourself to be an obstacle. So you're not beneficial in my life. You're dangerous to me. Like, and then like the wasting time and like, oh, because when you get to a certain age, you shouldn't be you don't have time to waste. I don't think you should be wasting time regardless of what age you are. Like, time is very valuable. So to me, it's kind of like to put all of this like pressure of like, okay, you're at a different age, you can't waste time. Don't waste time at all. Who wants to waste time with people who doesn't have anything to offer? You're not doing anything with your life. You're not benefiting me, whether I'm 21 or I'm 19 or 18. What are you doing with your life? You're wasting my time because you're not trying to educate yourself. You're not trying to reach a different level. You're distracting me. So, I mean, I don't know. I think that it's dangerous to deal with someone who is not trying to better themselves, whether that's like in their career or just being like more emotionally intelligent and learning vocab that you learn in therapy and applying it. That's just kind of what I had to say about that. So I'm just going to let that rest.
Andrea, do you think you can someone can weaponize therapy? Do you think it's possible to do that?
I think that depending on the person that you're with, if that's in their personality to just weaponize and antagonize you in general, that's more of a them thing, as opposed to going to therapy, learning words and using them. And if the example that you said was, she comes home and says, hey, I was in therapy today and I learned about gaslighting. What you're doing right now is gaslighting. That's not antagonizing you. That's like educating you on like the world and how it moves and the things that take place within the world that you may not be aware of. So I think that would be on that person to then educate themselves as to what gaslighting means, or whatever the term means, so they can have a conversation and communicate when they're both on the same level intellectually.
No, that's fair. So I might not use the perfect example for it, because I was speaking on when the actual therapist was describing us how the weaponization occurs. So that example might not have been 100% correct, but the concept still stands. So I'm still standing with the concept, but I can see the example.
So Andrea, I wanna
hold on, let go. Before you go, let me get grade A in and then we'll come back to you.
All right, go ahead. All right.
Go ahead, grade A.
Okay. I'm the only person that hadn't really been talking. Okay, so you want my opinion on this?
Yes, your opinion, and then if you want to address anything anyone has said thus far.
Okay, so my opinion is the best advice I've ever received as far as potential goes is to date people for their reality and not their potential. Because sometimes we do delude ourselves into creating people that don't even exist. And then we expect that person to, I think, what's his name? Sweeney. To piggyback on what Sweeney said, like, we set expectations for people, and you should never set an expectation on anyone if you have any type of, conflict that this person is going to be temporary, because there's a lot of temporary relationships out here. I feel like that's a big thing going. So you should evaluate the situation to determine if it's even worth putting yourself into and having expectations, because everything isn't even worth it. And then, just taking people for who they are, like, see people, okay, this is where they're at. That's who you are. As far as upward trajectory, that's possible. But piggybacking on what the lady mistaken said, you have to pay attention to see if they're just talking or if they're actually executing their ideas, because you have a lot of people out here who will just say whatever they have to say, come to you as a representative, know that you're out of their league, and they'll put on that facade to try to get you to date them. It's a lot of people out here who representatives. Not everyone, initially comes as themselves. They'll talk that talk just to get you, where they want to go. I know another word that's, running around now is love bombing. So it's like, you just really have to sit back, evaluate the situation. Is this person worth my time? How much of myself am I going to have to compromise, to appeal and appease this person? because like Andrea said, a lot of men, get intimidated when you're more, when your verbiage is different, when you're more educated, when you have more than they do. A lot of that's the danger in it, because men are egotistical. So it's like, how can, a lot of men feel like their ego gets into the picture a lot, because they feel like, okay, this woman may have more than me, because that's the reality of a lot of situations today. Statistically, Black women, are the, most educated demographic of women, and we make more money.
No, you don't make more money. You're more educated. Don't do that.
Okay, somebody clapping. I don't know who clapping, but
that was for the educated part, because
okay. Well, this is a different time where women are bringing more to the table. Women bringing the table, the coasters. So I mean, it's a different time. So I can see how a woman can get into a situation like that, where a man may feel intimidated because he may not be able to match what she has going on. And men are egotistical creatures. They have to feel needed. So that's how we can become volatile. I've seen that.
So go ahead, Sweeney. Go ahead. I got something. Go ahead, bro.
Sweeney, I thought we was cool. I didn't know.
We are. I'm not even. We have already debunked that 1,000 times on this panel. I'm not.
I can't believe it, Jesus.
So
go first.
I'm about to preface this with what I found, and then I'm going to ask y'all the question.
Okay.
So the word potential means, and this is the adjective, having or showing the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. A noun, latent qualities or abilities that may be developed and lead to future success or usefulness. So now that we know that, is it possible that we have such a hard time dating someone on potential because we actually aren't very good of recognizing potential?
True.
Yes.
Yep.
Or actually even knowing what that is?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I totally agree. And
I
think that's the problem.
I completely
women can turn around and they don't really know what they want in particular. So if it isn't looking or wrapped in what they think they want, they're not gonna be happy. So yeah, I can understand what you're saying.
I think Andrea said she disagrees. Sweeney, go ahead, Andrea. Why do you disagree?
I completely disagree. I feel like sometimes people want to try to do this mind Jedi trick where like, oh my God, it's so deep in retrospective. Do we know what it is? Do we know? Do we really know what? Yes, I feel like we know what potential means. Okay. Like, I feel like let's not sit up here. Let's be honest, y'all. Because y'all not being
hold on, wait. Before you do that, I need to correct you. I didn't say, do we know what potential means? I said, are we good at actually recognizing potential in other human beings and the person? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, and you preface it with, is it possible? You didn't even make a statement. You asked a question.
Because it's subjective depending on who the person is.
All right, y'all, let her finish. You got the correction. Go ahead, Andrea.
Okay. So you said, is it possible? If you just are dumb, maybe. If you're not like, I mean, y'all not being honest. Like, we're grown, we're adults. Like, we know what we should know what potential looks like. Okay. I think that what I'm saying is that when you meet a person and you're thinking about dating them, meet them and you see them where they're at. That's who you have. Meet them where they're at. Like it's a person, like motivation and all that stuff is an internal thing. Being ambitious is an internal thing. So I can't see inside of your mind, and I'm not going to try to see inside of your mind. If you no, don't date for potential, please. Don't let these men trick you.
I think you kind of just proved my point though, because the mere fact that you say that it's an internal thing when there's very real world things that you can see in someone and recognize that they have the potential to be great. There's the reason why they have NFL scouts or music scouts and things like that, because they can recognize the potential in someone. That's a very outwardly thing. So I think you kind of proved my point when I say that I don't think we're very good at recognizing the actual potential in someone, especially when it comes to relationships. And I'll land there. I'm done.
I
Can
was
I
going to
respond?
say too, the other thing with it is that the
That's
mate
not
that you choose should you should be able to see the potential in them. Um, y- if your mate doesn't inspire you, then you've chosen the wrong person. So I'm using inspire in potential interchangeably, because like I said, when you're younger, like in your 20s, I know very few people, let alone women, really have a sense of who they are, where they're going, what direction they're going, things like that. Very few women that I know. On the other hand, if you have the right partner, a lot of times they can actually ground you, and then you begin to find a direction and end up growing within that relationship. So for me, when some of y'all who know me, I met my husband at 18. There's no way that I had any idea of what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be. But it was something that he saw in me, that he kind of put his hand in a mix. And it led me to a direction that I got to find more of who I am by being with him. Like, I learned what I didn't like, what I liked, what direction I wanted to go, what I did or didn't want to do, those kind of things. And so the fact that he saw potential in me made me shoot up. And as I began to grow and begin to change, some of that rubbed off on him. And so it should be both of y'all are pushing and pursuing greatness in each other to make each other the best of who you can be.
And let me
Go ahead. Hold on, Andrea. I want to respond. Let me go. Let go. Go ahead, Andrea.
Okay. So when I was talking about looking at someone internally, I was speaking about like seeing someone being their motivation for what they're doing. We don't know. People can tell us things like, oh, I want to be a doctor because my dad told me I should do it. But internally, they're only saying that the motivation behind them saying that is because they don't really want to be a doctor. They just think it sounds good and they want to make you feel like, oh, I've got potential. Like, so I think that we have the ability to see potential and know what it is. And I just personally think, as far as dating is concerned, not scouting for football talent, because I mean, I'm not a coach, so I can't base my dating options off whether they can play football or not. I'm speaking about, like, I have to look forward to something. So I have to look forward to like being in my personal space. Like, I can't, like, do I want you around me often? Like, what is your type of, like, what kind of language do you speak when you open your mouth? Do you talk stupid to me, or do you make sense when you're talking? And I feel like those are qualities and things that we should already have internally within us, because if we didn't have a mate, what would we be doing? Like, don't get me wrong. I get the whole, I met this guy and he made me like want to be better. I mean, I get it or whatever, but I just feel like at the end of the day,
hold on,
we should
Sweeney.
not be basing. We should not be. I'm almost done. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
We should not be basing our growth on someone else. I would prefer to meet you where you are and be happy with who you are, because that's the only way we're going to mesh well. If I'm not happy with who you are and I'm looking at the potential, chances are you're going to irritate me, because you're not going to, you know what I'm saying? You're going to irritate me, and then you're going to be mad at me because I'm kicking ass in my career and you sitting around talking about, yeah, I swear I was going to be a doctor, babe. I got you. Like, no.
That's why it's best to just be equally yoked.
So here's the issue, and I'm glad Ms. Taken said what she said. A man's potential is usually going to be linked to the woman's future, kind of like what Ms. Taken said. So a woman's future is going to be linked to the man's potential, right? So it's important for her to be able to have an understanding of where he's going and trust that he's going where he say he's going. So you got to look at the man for who he is, right? But you got to look at the variables in which, like the tools that he has to be able to tell if he's telling the truth or is he just in school to be a doctor, like Andrea said, right? So a woman's job is to attach herself to a man that would lead her in a direction, but the direction is his potential. So one way you could say, don't date a man for potential, which makes a lot of sense, but you have to date a man that is going somewhere, and wherever his goal is, or whatever it is that he's trying to go, that is the actual potential. So it's almost an oxymoron, because a woman has to date a man for his potential. But at the same time, you got to make sure the man is where he needs to be at in some type of way, some type of fashion, where she can actually roll with him, because a man has to be trustworthy when it comes to finances and leadership. If I ain't did nothing, I don't deserve to have a woman looking at me wanting me to lead her, because I ain't did shit. But if I at least took care of half of the things that are on the list, and I'm still working on those things, she can see proof. She can see emotional and social proof that I am who I say I am. So that's what I got to that.
And I'm gonna piggyback off of that, Mr. Lego, because this has to be asked. So, ladies, a man tells you he wants to be a doctor for whatever reason. How would you recognize, what things would you have to see to let you know that is actually the direction he's going to go in, and this is going to be the end result from y'all perspective?
How old are you? It depends on how old you are.
Let's say he's 24, 25.
What are you doing in your free time when we're not around one another?
I would say for me, he would have to be in school, like in medical school, at least halfway through his program. Like, have a good sense of like what he's doing, if he's doing student loans, if he's applying for scholarships, is he eligible for scholarships? I need to know these things. And I really want to know, like, how bad does he really want it? Why is he really doing it? Is he only doing it because his family is pushing him to do it? Or is he doing it because that's truly what he wants? Either way, it's fine. But like, I want to know that you're really going to be happy with what you're doing too. Don't just do it because your parents are don't just do it because your parents are telling you that you have to go to school to be a doctor. Do it because that's what you really want to do. So I would have to know that he's in school and actively applying himself. I want to know his.
But how many adults do? But how many adults do that anymore? Like adults, like, we don't go to school for what our parents want us to go to school for. Half of us don't even go to college anyway. It's a lot of people.
Wait. You're swinging at a totally different direction. Hold on.
Parents of doctors do. Parents of doctors.
People, their children do tend to actually follow what their parents do, but that's not the reason why I asked that. The reason why I asked that is for the audience can recognize that is how you effectively date on potential. All those questions you would have to ask, all of those things you would have to see, is how you recognize potential, and that's how you can effectively date on potential. You're not waiting on a hope and a wish. You're not basing it off of somebody saying, hey, man, one day I'm going to be there, and ain't did shit to get there. Those are ways that you can identify where a person is going in life, because there's real world things that they're doing that you can see trajecting them on that path. And y'all asked all the right questions. Nothing wrong with any of the things y'all said y'all would look for. But that is how you effectively date on potential.
Let me give y'all. You're playing a game with semantics right now. I feel like you're playing a game with semantics, tomato at this point. Like, what potential looks like for you could be completely different than somebody else. So they might not see it as them dating someone for potential. They see them as dating someone because they are motivated or ambitious. And actually,
I did say it's an oxymoron. Driven. So yeah, I agree. It's both, actually. Boys.
The voice had a question.
I was saying to Sweeney, he was saying on potential. Like what you were saying, okay, you asked the question, what if the guy says he wants to be a doctor? Well, if he wants to be a doctor, it's going to be clear that he wants to be a doctor because he's going to do those things. I don't think that's potential. I think that's actually doing the task at hand and going for what
Well,
you want
no,
to go for.
if you
That's
want to
not
do it,
potential, because potential, I would think, is like you're not really doing it. Like, say if he's just working at a clinic, he's not a doctor. He's not going to be a doctor. He's just a nurse at a clinic. You can be like, hey, you're really, really good at this. I think you got potential to be a doctor. That's potential. Going for a goal to something is like not potential. That's going and doing what you're doing.
well, no, actually, that's what I just described is the actual very definition of potential. They have the latent ability, and then they're potentially going to become something that they're
In the
working towards.
future.
So you're basing it on. So if somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, I want to be this one day," dating on potential will be them showing you, will be you trusting that they're going to be that thing. Right? So you're saying, hey, you say that you're going to be potentially a doctor one day, so I'm going to date you on the potential that you're going to become a doctor. However, what we get wrong is how we look at potential. We see, for example, y'all gave the example of he could just tell me that, but he's not doing anything towards it, or I may want him to be that. What I'm saying is that there's ways that you can sit there and say, okay, I recognize things that you're doing in your real life that shows me that I can rock with you because I see your trajectory. You're not a doctor yet, but I see where you're going. You're not a bartender yet, but I see where you're going. If you want to date a bartender, or it's the same thing in all of us. Like when somebody recognizes our potential every day, that's the reason why we give out scholarships and things like that, is because it's based on your potential, on what you can be.
So in your opinion, the only way to effectively date someone potentially, or date their potential, is you have to see results.
Yeah, proof.
You have to see proof that they're going in that direction. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me say this. When I left my job around, I don't know, 2017, 2018, I don't know what it was, but I left my job. I was dating a girl and she dumped me because I was trying to get fired. I said that last week, right? And it was a good thing because I didn't necessarily know that I was going to be where I am now, but I wanted to be everything that I am now, but I did not visualize it, right? I left my job and started driving for Uber. I wrote a book, and a friend of mine who was really successful at the time, David Shands, he had 2 kiosks in the mall, and he was selling products. He wrote a book. So all my friends wrote a book. And so I wrote a book, right? And my book was really good. It's really good. So he was selling his book, he was selling t-shirts, he was selling different products on it, on the kiosk, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make my car a kiosk. So I started driving for Uber, and I was not selling books because the IRS might be watching. I was not selling books in my car while I was driving for Uber. And it actually made sense. But having a woman while you're driving for Uber, for whatever reason, because y'all might think Uber drivers weren't making no money. I was making good money because of what I was doing. I did not have time to be up under a woman because I would be sitting around thinking about like, damn, because you could look at your Uber app as an example, and it could be a hot part where you're like, oh shit, the rates are really high. And
it's surging.
It's surging. And I'm sitting around with this chick, and I'm like that, like Friday night or something. It's like 10 o'clock at night. Shit is just super red. And you're like, fuck. And I'm laying up with this girl. And I'm like, I don't want to be in a relationship. I want to be in these streets. But it wasn't just for the women. It was for money. I'm building my business. I'm trying to invest money. But from a woman's eyes, I'm just driving for Uber. Like that ain't no potential, So I'm doing this in order to do this over there. And I did not have a lot of proof. So I would not have expected a woman to stick around due to the fact that I didn't look like I had direction, even though I did in my mind, but you couldn't see it, but it worked.
So with that point that I brought up earlier, and I saw that Miss Taken also mentioned it, right? Like there's some women who are well into their 30s, 40s, or even better. And it just wouldn't be practical for them to date potential at that point in their lives. I'm not sure how old the ladies were in the video, but they could have been speaking to that. And that's an issue, right? Granted, it's questionable why they may have been so old and not already taken. But regardless of the fact, they're still there, right? So at 35, 40, 45, what are they supposed to do? They don't really have time to say, look, all right, well, yeah, let me see how you're going to do. Like, it ain't no potential. The clock is ticking. The biological clock is ticking. So they would kind of have to meet a man at the finish line.
I think that.
Does anybody go ahead?
I'm sorry. Did I go off? My thing is.
You could.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
No, I
I'm
feel like my
asking
thing
very
is.
potentially like, where does the limit start and where does it stop? And where do we say that women are of a certain age no longer have the potential to be in successful relationships?
Hold on, what?
You asking me?
Hold on, say it again because you was muted on the first part. Say it again.
Oh, my apologies. I said, where is it that we put a gauge or a time or an opportunity or age range on women who have an opportunity to be in love and have successful relationships? Because
Nobody said that.
Well, yeah, nobody said that. What
we say, oh, you old, you single, you ain't got it, or you do.
Are you projecting? Because where is that coming from?
No, no. I think she was responding to what I was saying.
Hold on, y'all. Because
I'm responding to what he was saying associated with, although you're a certain or particular age, he said over 35, like where is the space for you to be able to have someone to speak to when you're single at a certain age, when you don't have someone or when you have kids and you're over a certain age, like where is it that you have the opportunity to be able to speak to certain things if you're still single or in a relationship, whatever the matter may be, or hoping for a relationship? Like what does that look like? And where does that place you? Like, why is there a gauge on age range and limitation associated with happiness and love?
There's a gauge on everything.
Okay.
I'm confused.
So what I was saying is, it's not necessarily men that are the ones who were putting that limit on it, which sometimes that is the case. Understood. I was talking about biology, right? So let's say you wanted to have children, start a family. Biology is father time is undefeated, right? So that's what I'm speaking to. So what I was saying is that I don't think it's practical for women to wait around for potential. At once you get to a certain age, you want to start a family, you got shit to do pretty much, right? So it's like, what are we doing? You don't have the same. You're not afforded the same amount of time that a 25-year-old would be, who could say they could wait a couple years to see how this dude is going. I could wait for him to get through school to see if I really want to be with this cat because he looked like he about to be a doctor or whatever. So listen, a 35-year-old, definitely a 45-year-old doesn't have that same opportunity. They have to, the clock is ticking. That's all I was saying, because biology, whether men choose it is still a fact that your sexual marketplace value is on a steady decline. Once you're over 25, it is what it is. That's just how men select, right? Men are attracted to fertility. Men are attracted to youth. It is what it is. That's just the facts. So my main point was to just say, I don't think that women should have to wait for a man's potential once they get to that age, right? So of course it's definitely their problem. But they have to act on it, right?
Right, their prerogative about what they want to do and how they want to do it. And
yeah.
And I was going to add to what I was going to add that I think people's priorities change as time goes on, right?
Yeah.
So like dating on a woman that's dating on potential in her 20s might be dating on the potential of him where he's going to be financially and all of that, right? At certain ages, there's certain expectations of people. You know what I mean? I wouldn't necessarily expect a woman that's 35 to be dating on potential on a man having a steady job, a car, and a home. You know what I mean? Or the ability to get one. That's a bare minimum expectation of any human being who's an adult in this world, right? But we all still date on potential to some degree, because she may still date him on the potential that he may marry her. So her priorities may change, where she's like, I'm no longer looking at dudes who have the potential to earn, because I'm already wiping any 35, 40-year-old man out that ain't earned shit off of my list. So now I'm only dealing with these guys. And now I'm looking at them and figuring out the potential for our relationship or where he's going to take me, because I have a different priority for this person. If that makes sense to you.
Because age affects the men too. If a woman is dating a guy in his 40s and like we was talking about last week, and the dude ain't got no car or something, you're going to be looking at the dude like he crazy. But if the dude is 27 who ain't got no car, now you might be like, well, that's okay. He ain't got no car. He's 27. But if dude's 47 and he ain't got no car, people gonna look at him a certain kind of way. So age definitely fits into all of this. And I just don't understand how women get so triggered when somebody says something about somebody's age affects opportunities. It affects everybody. Like I just don't even understand it. Age affects health. Age affects employment. Age affects every goddamn thing. But every time we say something about a woman's age, it's like, oh my God, why we got to talk about? Because it's fucking life.
No, I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's just that the narrative is that as like women who are older are just, disposable. Like they don't matter. Mm-hmm. And if you're single and you're older, then something's wrong with you. You're damaged goods. So I think it's the narrative around it. I think we all understand. I think we all understand the biology about it.
I want to ask a question to you, Grade A Talks.
Okay.
I just want you to just think about the actual words. Forget about woman, man, or whatever, right?
Okay.
Women have different agendas than men, right? You can look at a man and be like, well, he's single because he want to smash chicks, right? The average woman may have a point in her life where she just wants to hang out and just get, I don't know, just sleep around or whatever. But overall, women want to be taken by a man. She wants to be somebody's wife, somebody's woman, right?
To be led by a man.
Right. So when you look at a woman that's, 47, right? 45, right? Mm-hmm. And she ain't got no man. That means about 30 years of her life, she has failed at getting a man or
I don't
a man. Hold on. Whoa. Hold on.
No.
How do you know?
I gotta let her finish.
Everybody be quiet. Y'all triggered asses. Be quiet.
But you were talking to me.
I know, but can y'all let me damn finish? Everybody want to unmute. But
let them talk.
Do y'all see how upset y'all got instantly?
I was not upset.
Listen. Do y'all know how to actually listen without talking? So I just gave y'all a scenario and I wanted y'all to just look at the raw numbers. A woman spends 30 years of her life, her adult life, not being able to sustain a relationship, regardless of how you want to look at it. That is in some type of way problematic, either on her end or on somebody's end. Why can't you retain? It's like a man not being able to keep a job, right? A man, well, I can't keep a job, and he's in his 40s. You're gonna be like, yo, is there a reason why you can't keep a job? Yeah. It's the same thing with a woman to a certain degree.
I raised my hand. Can I ask?
I was on a Grade A Talks. I got to hear from her first. Y'all.
Right. I'm bring that back.
Go ahead. What do you think?
Well, okay. So ask that last part again, please.
Okay. Look at a 40-some-year-old woman. That means to a certain degree in the last 30 years, she's 45, 47. She started dating when she was like 20 or something like that, So 25, 30 years of dating.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to want her. She ain't ever been married or whatever. And then you can look at a guy who's 47 or whatever, and 20 some years of being an adult, he can't keep a job. So when you look at both of these adults and say, there's something slippery about this person.
Those are red flags.
Yeah, they can't retain people or something. You know what I'm saying?
But that could also be, attributed to her mental state. Because a lot of people, just because you're older doesn't mean you're mature.
Right. But that's a red flag.
That's a red flag,
Right.
So,
like, for example, 10 years of my life was with one woman, right?
Yeah.
So you got to be able to figure out what went wrong in these people's lives. Yeah. And you're like, yo, so when you look at a woman being older versus a woman being younger, that does be looked at as a variable. Like, yo, why nobody don't want you after 30 years of dating men? I don't care what
if,
anybody say. That's an
with
issue.
with the exception that she wasn't just recently divorced.
Right.
Because I have a 45-year-old friend who's recently divorced and just started back dating. It's women out here like that. So everyone not just damaged goods.
But that means somebody wanted her and they took her off the market
until they didn't want her anymore.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring Pink in here, and then we're gonna go ahead and transition to the next topic. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. You got to unmute.
More than one exception associated with why things happen or why people aren't in relationships. Or
what did you say? You was muted for a second. What did you say?
I'm sorry. I said, is there not more than one exception associated with why people don't obtain jobs or relationships?
Well, everybody wants to be the exception. So no, there's not an exception because people always look for excuses on why something didn't work out. But overall, when you just look at the raw variables of the person, instead of trying to find the exception, that's when you'll be able to see the actual real life red flags.
Okay, so and this is just my personal ideology about it. When it comes to relationships and when it also comes to jobs, there's two different criteria associated with it: experience, availability, and what it is that you're willing to put up with.
Same thing. Job in a relationship.
If it doesn't work within your means or what it is, what your standards, your boundaries, the things that you have going on within your life, then it just doesn't necessarily work for you.
Both of those are synonymous with a person and a job. Everything you just said.
I'm not denying that factor. What I'm saying is like relationships are something completely different because women, if we're speaking to women who have been single for a multitude of years and they're 40, if they set boundaries and things that put them in a place to say, you know what, I'm not willing to tolerate certain things, just as if I'm not willing to accept a certain level of pay associated with a job that I have experience with, why would I put myself in that situation in comparison to staying with what it is that I already trust and believe in? You know what I mean?
Think about this. If you want a job, why don't you have a job? If you want a man, why don't you have a man? Because hold on. When you want something,
hold on, y'all both can't talk at the same time. I know her volume is a little bit. I know. Let go.
The job is something that I need and require in order for me to be able to sustain my lifestyle and everything that I have going on. A relationship is not that the same. It's something that I may desire, but I don't need in order for me to be able to sustain life. So a job, I'm willing, is absolutely take on whatever is necessary. Otherwise, but a relationship isn't, we're not necessarily in the same boundaries on what it is that I should be able to do, accept, or understand.
Well, that's actually part of the problem, though, because if you're a person that doesn't think that a relationship is essential to your life, that is one of the red flags right there. If you just think about that, because a relationship and a job are literally synonymous to everything. You need to be in some type of relationships with friends and, in order to become a better person. But if you can't keep friends, you can't keep a man, you can't keep a woman, just like if you can't keep a job, it looks like, because when you go to a job and they see your resume and, you can't seem to keep a job, they're going to be like, yo, what is you doing? What have you been doing? So the only difference between a job and a mate is it's not on paper where you can easily tell what happened. So it actually makes it the same, but even worse, because if you can't keep a man, there's an issue.
I think it was just a generalized statement.
Hold on, voice. Andrea had a question and go to voice, and we got to move on, y'all.
Okay.
Go ahead, Andrea.
I think that, I feel like I wish that people would stop living like in 1935. I feel like we need to stop living in this time period where the only thing women was good for was cooking, cleaning, getting married, and birthing children. I think we're living in a very progressive time, and women realize that there are other things that they want to pursue. So if they decide that they want to stay single up until a certain age, that's their business. That doesn't mean that they're mentally unstable. That doesn't mean that something is wrong with them or that they failed at something. It probably just means they don't feel like dating because most men walking around aren't very smart. And so they choose to not deal with men who just say things because they just think words sound good. And realistically, they're just misogynistic and feel like the only thing you should be doing is cooking, cleaning, and being in a relationship because relationships determine how successful you are in life. I think that some of us here tonight need to get out of the civil rights movement and stuff like that and step into the times that we're living in now, where women are doing great things that doesn't involve men. Okay?
Two
You
things,
should
Andrea.
understand that.
Hold on, let go. Don't let go.
No,
right,
that was just it. That was
She's
just it.
done.
I mean,
I just want to say two things.
Hold on. Go ahead, voice.
Andrea done said it all, honey. You done summed it up in all one word, because you made a generalized statement, Mr. Lego. That's why everybody was like, whoa, because not every woman that's single at 47 is because there's something wrong with her. My sister is 47 years old and her husband died. Okay, so
she has a husband. You got to listen.
But they were also separated for 2 years before he died.
She had a husband. That's literally what Pink Pineapple said.
But previously, before that, she was not married. It took her until 40 years old to get married. You know, so in that situation,
somebody married her. You don't understand. We
can't talk over each other, y'all. We can't talk over each other.
Talk about that, boys.
It was more of a generalized statement, because not everybody's situation.
Pink Pineapple said something about being married for a certain amount of time. I said somebody who ain't never been married.
Andrea said it. There are some women that choose not to be in relationships for certain reasons, for career goals. It could be for focusing on themselves. It could be for a lot of different reasons. It doesn't mean that they
don't. If you just
doesn't mean she failed or every man don't want her, honey.
It actually does, because if you just think about what Andrea said, okay, Andrea to a certain degree has a certain amount of bitterness towards men, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. She's still young. She can grow out of it. But the bottom line is this. Her bitterness is a perfect example of the problem. See, if she found the man that she actually wants, right? She hasn't. If you just listen to her, most men are bums, stupid, not intellectual, because she hasn't found the man that she is looking for or would love to meet, right? If she met that man, she wouldn't think like that, and they would be together most likely, and she would not have this same mindset. But simply because she's been single for as long as she's been single, assuming she's single, and the majority of the men she's been dating have been stupid, she has this mindset. But it shapes her way of seeing men. So the longer you stay single, the more your mindset is going to end up, most likely, like Andrea. Okay. And she is bitter.
Okay. We gotta move on, y'all. We gotta move on. We got just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Get to these super chats real quick. Kenneth, $5 says, so you respect those 71 books you read that made you credible? The Will, member for 23 months, says, turn to the brightness on Mr. Let Go. Turn to the brightness on Mr. Let Go. That hoodie too loud. All right. Kenneth again, $2 says, evening panel, peace and blessings. The Will. Damn, I think this already same thing. You got two super chats. $4.99. Turn down the brightness on Mr. Let Go. That hoodie too bright. Hink in the basement, Andrea loves that gray sweater. Like Linus loves his security blanket. Trigger Mike says, salute to the chat. What's going on, brother? Hink in the basement, $2 says, Mr. Let Go is looking at Andrea like, I got them tires. Hink in the basement, $5 says, any man who gets with Andrea is taking, what's that word? A
penitentiary chances.
Penitentiary chances.
No, she's awesome.
You have a lawyer on retainer.
Andrea is super sweet, y'all.
$2 says a gospel from the book of Let Go.
She just know what she wants. There's nothing wrong with women knowing what they want.
You don't know what she wants. She's just
okay. Never mind.
I think she just be trolling though, just being real with you.
I think she really feel that way.
I don't know. I'd be like, she's
very adamant and assertive with what she's talking about.
I don't think she's this bitter. I think she's just trolling.
I'm not. What makes me? I don't understand why you think I have to be bitter, because I'm not gonna settle for less. Like,
name a time that you said something positive about a man, Andrea.
Listen, I have a lot of positive things to say, but if we're just speaking about science, we've been talking about biology a lot here tonight. It's not that most of the men that I meet are dumb. It's just that scientifically, women are just smarter than men. Sorry, scientifically proven. So most of the time, the same way we were able to walk before, as kids, we walked before you guys did.
What?
So we
Who
did
told
science.
you that?
It's psychology 101. We are just smarter. I'm sorry.
She pulled that shit clean out her ass.
It's
That was a
science.
lie.
But you don't know that because you don't
No empirical data that backs that up.
Are you kidding me? It's psychology. That's
No empirical data that backs that up. That
You're
says that
confirming what I'm
women are
saying.
naturally
The fact
smarter
that you
than
don't know
men.
that is concerning. It's science. It's literally psychology 101.
So you
that
saying
women are more
y'all
intelligent than men, and we
I've
walk
taken
before men.
psychology 101, and I can tell you right
You
now.
have not.
No,
If
yes,
you
I
don't
have.
know
That
that,
is
then you
that
don't
is
know.
literally a requirement
Let me say
for a
something real
degree,
quick,
for a bachelor's degree.
You're confirming everything that I'm saying right now, because the fact that you do not know that is concerning. Women, when we're born, we walk before men. It's scientifically proven. Please, I know you like Google. Go do your.
How does that mean that y'all are empirically smarter?
Our brain cells develop faster than men. I'm sorry.
How does that mean that y'all are empirically smarter than us?
What do you mean? Are you kidding me
That
right now?
doesn't prove anything that you just
It's
said.
science.
Answer the question. How does that
It's
prove that?
science. It's science, y'all.
Okay, that's
All right, she answered the question. She said it's science, y'all. She said it's science.
That's not an answer.
Andrea, how many more years
let me
smarter are the
simplify
women
that for
than
you
the
guys.
men?
Let me
Hold on. She goes
simplify that for you
simplify.
guys.
Go simplify it for him, Dre.
I'm simplify this because I know it's necessary at this time. Okay. When you in science, you conduct experiments where you have case studies. Okay. There are case studies and evidence supporting the fact that women mature faster than men. We walk faster than men. Our brains develop faster than men. I'm so sorry.
It's true.
I know that this is hard, like breaking your heart, but this is so true. And I need you guys to go study this, because otherwise we're not gonna be able to have a conversation, because you guys think I'm making this up. And I'm
So
not
Andrea,
making this up.
I want to agree with you, but there's a caveat, and then we can move on. We can move on after this. I just want to add the caveat. So here's the caveat, Andrea. You have more room in your brain and more neurons in your brain as a child, as a girl. That's why girls are assumed to, grow or whatever neurologically better and faster than men, right? You know why? Because there's a certain section of your brain that actually, what is the word?
Come on.
Okay. When you actually start getting your period, there's a certain part of your brain you actually lose brain cells to actually you lose brain cells in order to make room for the childbirth and nurturing part of your life. So once you actually start getting a period, you actually get dumber. So you actually lose out on all the brain cells that you had when you were young. But once you start getting at childbearing age, that's when y'all start losing your brain cells. So you're right. But women actually deteriorate as they get older.
Yeah,
and
biological development is different than intellectual development.
No. Biology and neurology is the same thing.
Well,
technically,
it
is.
It's not.
Technically, and I'm a registered
It's still
nurse.
biology. No, your brain.
Hold on. Brady said she's a registered nurse. She said she's a registered nurse.
I'm a registered nurse, almost 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about biology and we're talking about the prepubescent in the puberty age, men, their no one's prefrontal cortex is actually solidified until they're 25.
25.
And so that's your, decision making part in your brain. So it's not to say that women are dumber than men, because if that was true, men wouldn't die before women.
What they had to do anything?
Statistically speaking, you all are more, daredevilish, more adventurous than women. You guys are very reckless in a lot of ways, and you make a lot of, reckless mistakes and decisions. So I wouldn't necessarily say that women are dumber.
That's actually what makes us more smarter than women, because we at an earlier age we start moving away from our parents faster, and we start exploring the world. That's when it turns into a woman is book smart but not street smart, and the street smart and the book smart starts interchanging with each other, and then a woman just seems to be so dense and don't even know common sense because she was in the house like 5 years longer than a girl, because so she don't know what's going on the outside, so she's kind of like slow when it comes to real life events that's outside of the house.
Okay, all right, we gotta go move on, y'all. Hit that like button, channel. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and get into this topic. Don't have me waiting for something that's never gonna come. Don't have me waiting for something that never's gonna come. Go ahead and play this clip.
Not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Rip the band-aid off. That hurt.
Prolonging the inevitable.
But I'm glad it happened then versus later.
I told somebody that I was dating, don't have me waiting for something that's never gonna come.
Hello?
Tell me now. Don't say, oh, I'm working on it.
And give me a choice.
Come on. Because if you're not giving me the information, then I'm not able to make a choice that's best for me. If you're withholding and you know you're not finna fix yourself, you know you're not gonna work on that, don't have me waiting. Because I'm earnestly waiting.
Hello?
I'm in great expectation. And I will stick around and wait. So don't have me waiting for something that you know is not coming. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Because it's unfair and it's cruel and unusual punishment.
It is.
I agree.
You agree?
Yes, because if you're going to enter into a situation, you should be completely transparent. I believe that people should be given choices because that allows them to make the decision if they want to stay or if they want to go. Why are you withholding information? That's deceptive. So
Okay.
yeah, I completely agree with her take.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Taylor. Let me get Miss Taylor, and then I'll go to Marcus.
I agree with what she was saying, but I think there's a level of ownership that has to be taken along with that too.
Thank you.
You can't put it on a man and say, don't let me stay in this situation if you don't have any intentions on being with me, but yet you stick around to wait to see. I think for a lot of times with women, what we have a tendency to do is the guy is showing us, but we're not believing them. And we think if we stick through it long enough, if we do this long enough, he'll change his mind and then we'll get together and he'll eventually ask me to marry him. So I think in that regard, if a man goes in a situation already knowing that he does not want to get married or have some kind of long-term relationship, that's effed up on his part. But like I said, the ownership, I think, also is on the woman because she should have a timeline in her mind, like, not that she has to say, if you don't marry me by the time we've been together for a year, I don't mean that. What I mean is if my intention is to be married, I'm in this situation, I've been with this dude for 2 years and he hasn't even whispered the idea of getting married. Why am I staying here? At that point, it's not on him, it's on her.
I'm not saying she shouldn't. I'm gonna let you finish.
No, so that's why I'm saying the ownership in that regard. I get what she's saying. Don't waste my time. But the truth of the matter is, in that case, you're wasting your own time. If you've been in a relationship for 3 years and no talk of marriage.
So I'm all about accountability. I feel like women should be held accountable, just like we make, we try to hold men accountable. But I think the biggest thing for me that I took from that was the transparency aspect of it all. I feel like if we're entering into a relationship, all cards should be on the table. I think that's what she was saying. Like, let me know right now where you're at mentally. Do you have any intentions? Is this a purposeful, connection now? So I don't waste my time at all. Not trying to take, any responsibility off of her, because I do feel like women, we are sometimes our own worst enemies because we get into these relationships hoping that it's going to work out. It doesn't work out. We continuously see the red flags. We paint them green and we just take off. And then at the end, we're left but hurt, short end of the stick. And a lot of women project that, and they are bitter, and they talk about, men ain't no good. Well, no, it's not just that the man is no good. It's like you need to work on something inside of you that stayed attached to that energy for that long.
I got a question, and it's just a quick
Hold
question.
on. We got to go to Marcus. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah. So in the way that I view the world, I 100% agree with her. I was telling a story the other day about how I had a conversation with a family member's boyfriend about, not wasting her time in her 30s, right? But I'm curious as to when Andrea said earlier, you could spot potential, and if you can't, you're dumb. And then if you can't figure out the trajectory of how something going, then you're dumb. And because women are smarter than men, can I still hold that thought process if I was to take what you said literally?
Yeah, that means the women are dumb. Y'all dumb.
There are some.
Can
dumb
you
women
say they
in the world.
dumb? My
Y'all dumb.
There's some dumb women in the world. I'm not saying that dumb doesn't exist.
Dumb exists.
Obviously, people who are waiting around for some type of a marriage, to me, I think that's dumb because it's going against everything that I said. So why are you dating someone for potential? Like that's stupid to me.
Date someone in their reality.
Yeah, like if you're finding yourself dating someone in that situation, then I would describe them as dumb. So I'm not sure.
I've been waiting for Mr. Let Go to say that all night. That's just dumb.
That's just women are dumb.
I've been
say
waiting.
a lot of women make we do make dumb decisions, but like I said earlier, that attributes to your mental growth. Once a woman is, maybe a little older, some women are wise from a very young age, but once a woman is, older, more mature,
She's still dumb.
Intelligent, emotionally intelligent. She's
Still
had her
dumb.
experiences. A woman I'm 29, I'll be 30 in April. I reflect back and I think in retrospect when I was 18, I don't even think I know I'm not the same woman I was when I was 18. Because if I was, there would be 11 years of my life wasted. So we also have to make sure that we're not generalizing statements for all women across the board because every woman is not the same.
Why do y'all always go so far back?
I know Andrea was talking about babies and toddlers and shit.
When did I go far back?
When you said, all right, when I thought back to when I was 18, why not last year or 27?
Yeah, you didn't. Okay, why could that not have just been,
I'm
a rhetorical statement? Like, of course, I'm saying mental growth. I'm not the same woman I was when I was 28. I'm not.
But the problem with that though is that because we see this across the spectrum, no matter the age, we see women make these same mistakes. And then they always have the same excuse. Oh, well, I was young and dumb. Well, how old were you when you made that mistake? Oh, I was only 29. No, motherfucker, you was grown. I'm not talking about you specifically. But we tend to see this from women where I'm like, what? And then like when they describe these scenarios, they always say, when I was 18, I made a lot of mistakes. No, you made the same mistake last year too. And the year before that. And you might make that mistake next year.
Can I say something, y'all?
Yeah, go ahead, boys.
I want to say this because I do want to be truthful about that. Like women, I don't know. Sometimes they be being forceful. I'm not even gonna hold you because that sounded forceful to me. That the don't waste my time thing. Because when you're in the dating phase and stuff, you kind of know if that guy is gonna be interested in you in that way. Because before you even get into a relationship with somebody, you dating them. You're not like together boyfriend and girlfriend. Like so, if like you like this person, I think I can rock with this person. I think this person I might want to, spend my little time with. I might want to move in with this person. You start talking about that like in the dating phase a little bit later on before you even start becoming boyfriend and girlfriend. And then you kind of already know that. So you shouldn't even have to tell somebody, oh, well, if you don't marry me in a year of me being with you, I'm just going to leave. Like it should be no time frame there because you should really let the relationship kind of go as it goes. So it should be a natural thing. You should already know that from the dating phase if you're going to get that from that man or not. And most of the time we be knowing that that's not going to happen from the guy that we go on the date with. Like, that from the first date that you go on with this guy and you don't like his, his arrogant attitude, or you don't like his ego. You don't like the way he's talking to you. He's not very attentive. This guy is not calling you back when you're texting him. Like, they're showing you the signs right there that this is not a guy that's going to marry you. So why would you, continue to be with him and then threaten him to tell him don't waste your time and something? thing. Like, girl, you wasting your own time. Like, that sounds silly. So that's why I said that. And I agree with the males on that one, because sometimes females do that. Like, we could be very pushy. And it brings you back to the same conversation earlier about the trying to make a man do what you want him to do, like trying to make and mold a person, build a man. I don't know if y'all seen Mooney Long's video, her new video to Twin, and she's actually like building a man from scratch. That's like just for her. Like, it is like she's mechanically like building the man the way that she wants him. And I think that we have an idea like that sometimes as women, where we want to kind of like mechanically build a guy. We see a guy, oh yeah, I like that one. I think that I can make him be who I want him to be. And that's why we be messing up. That's why we don't be, that's why you be getting in relationships like that and they don't work past 3 months, 6 months, a year, because you got your eye on this guy. Okay. And you know that he's not what you're looking for from the very moment, but you're trying to make and mold him to be what you want him to be. And it's just not going to work that way. It's going to stay the same. And that's the way that it's going to be. So I think sometimes women put themselves in predicaments.
And this is the actual, reason why I always say what I say. Going back to what Andrea said, the little goofy shit she said, women are smarter than men when they are toddlers. Yes. But once you become adults, you become half dumbasses, right? So, because the thing about it is, how are y'all so intelligent? Y'all, we are the more intelligent and educated, and grade A talk about how y'all are so intelligent and all this other shit, right? But how is it that y'all are so intelligent, but virtually every man you come across manipulates the shit out of you? The shit is
because
crazy.
women aren't dating confidently. They're dating in a sense
Well,
of
at the end of the
desperation.
day,
Women are dating in
you're not
desperation.
intelligent enough to make decisions for your own life. And this is the reason why y'all need fathers or mentors to help y'all date, because y'all don't have any sense when it comes to dating. And remember, like I said, males leave the house about 5 years faster than women, right? So we actually start dating, we start, just being out in the world. And at that young age, we learn a lot and y'all don't. So by the time y'all are getting out here dating, we're 5 years ahead of y'all. We know how to manipulate y'all more than y'all know how to manipulate us. So we win in most situations, which actually makes us more emotionally intelligent, because that is an EQ and it's an IQ. But y'all are usually more book smart because y'all focus on grades, getting your grades and all this other shit. But when it comes to anything outside of college and grades, y'all don't know shit. And that's the actual issue. And y'all love holding yourselves to, we're more educated. Yeah, y'all are more book smart. Y'all ain't street smart at all. And that's when y'all lose.
Is it emotional? Is it that men are more emotionally intelligent, or are they more emotionally manipulative?
No, we're more emotionally intelligent, because here's the bottom line when it comes to emotional intelligence. Women have the biggest problem controlling their emotions. They are more emotionally erratic, which means you are less emotionally intelligent. That's literally the definition of emotional intelligence. Which group of people has more control or understanding of their own emotions? That's men. We're more stoic. We're more, y'all are more combative. We can actually deal with conflict better than y'all. I can
men
go on and on.
That is the traditional man is more stoic.
Bullshit, man.
Today, there are a lot of men who operate within a feminine
But overall,
space.
we are smarter than y'all in every.
That can be your personal. I don't believe.
No, Mr. Lego, we're not. No, Mr. Lego, we're not.
I don't want to go to school.
First of all, empirical evidence says that men are no smarter than women. We're equally intelligent, first and foremost.
That's a lie.
And that's actually based on scientific studies.
That is a lie.
With that being said, both men and women are both getting played like fiddles today.
Yeah, Mr. Let Go, you
said
kind of misogynistic.
By and large,
I ain't getting played.
by and large, both men and women are out here getting played like fiddles.
Sweeney,
that's true.
We're not.
Can I say something, please?
And Mr. Let It Go, you said.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Andrea. Let's let Sweeney finish.
The reality is, if we were not, we wouldn't have as many complaints. This space wouldn't even exist if men weren't getting played like fiddles and mass.
All right, you looking at it from a micro standpoint, and I'm
looking at it from a macro standpoint.
I'm looking at, look, you got to understand, men rule the world. So you're talking about relationships. I'm talking about holding together.
That's what you described as far as.
No, I didn't describe nothing.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the macro side of it. Men rule the entire world. We keep all this shit together, whether it's streets and freeways and traffic lights. We keep all this shit together. We wouldn't hold if men don't hold all this shit together. We'll run out of water, food. You know what I'm saying?
Fair, but the problem is that when we started this conversation, you led with how come y'all keep getting manipulated by men? That's via relationship. That's the whole point of this conversation. That's what I'm saying. Both men and women in these spaces in life are getting played like fiddles right now. If you want to try to extrapolate to the world, that's not what we're talking about here. Your example was why do men keep manipulating y'all? The same way women keep manipulating us. In fact, women are actually master manipulators.
Wow.
I think men are master manipulators.
Hold on, y'all.
I think we both have the potential of being master manipulators.
Okay.
Men manipulate women more than women.
The reason why I said that is because when it comes to men, that is not how we communicate. That's not how we move the world. You know what I mean? Women have no choice but
how we move.
Because man, if I wanted something to get done, I'm just gonna go out there. If say for instance, I want to get something off you, Mr. Let Go, I'm just gonna come and try to take it. Right? Most of the time, I'm just gonna go and try to take it. Whereas a woman, if she wants what you have, she can't use physical force most of the time to come get it from you.
Yes,
so women tend to have to manipulate or do things like that to get it out of you. So that's why I said that women tend to be more, because that's their wheelhouse when it comes to conflict.
I get it, but when it comes to the opposite sex, all we know is manipulation. We've been like I said, we jumped off the porch about 5 years earlier than women. So we learned how to manipulate girls out of their panties. Like it was hard trying to get a girl to want to fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like we had to, I love you. We had to learn what makes women happy or whatever. And we learned that. And when we was young, we said we loved you to every damn girl we met. I want to be with you. We didn't know what the fuck we wanted, but all together we were manipulating girls in order to, get our rocks off. We started to manipulate.
We got to get to Andrea and Trev. Go ahead, Andrea.
I think that a lot of the times women are dating for wrong reasons. I think that they're leading in a sense of like what society tries to convince them is that they have to be desperate and that their purpose in life is somehow attached to men. And so they run out into, the wilderness like sheep amongst wolves. So I think that we should start by like obviously conditioning happens when a child is growing up. So the things that they hear and the things that they see are going to have a lot to do with how they react and how they act in the world. So all of these movies about some prince coming to take you and save you and rescue you, like that, the whole prince, and they lived happily ever after. Like we're not really teaching women to do anything other than get married. So they're dating, and every time they're dating, it's literally like all this pressure to convince somebody to marry them. When I feel like dating is supposed to be fun. You're supposed to have fun dating, and naturally it's supposed to happen where you guys say, hey, I really like spending time with you. I don't mind doing this every once in a while, or, whatever. It's supposed to happen like that. So I feel like if people stop dating so hard for this purpose of like, I don't know, I just don't get it. Like, honestly, I feel like if you start dating and not always being like, I got to get married and just date for fun, you will be surprised how many people will be more willing to marry you if you just stop. Like, I don't know.
I think it's the validation factor. Like people want to feel validated.
I actually agree, Andrea.
Has dating been fun for y'all, for you and the people involved, generally speaking?
Dating is very fun. I love dating. I do it
for you and the other person.
Huh? Yes.
For you and the other person.
Yes. And then you meet someone who says, hey, I want to marry you. And you could decide like, okay, well, all right, I don't mind. Or you can decide, well, I need some time because I got stuff I want to do. So I think that's fun.
Do you see she's not really toxic? That's what I'm saying. She just be trolling. She know what she doing. I totally agree with
I'm
Andrea.
telling you my experience in life.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna get married, and I already am like, okay, I'll marry you, but I want to date. Dating is supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be the way that you're making it.
That's true.
Well,
All right, let's go ahead and get Trev in there.
I think the main problem is women overestimate their power. So a lot of women think that they can attach to a man who they had no business attaching to, right? For all the weird reasons, right? For whatever they like about the dude. It wasn't because of his potential, like we were talking about earlier. It's because, they like the way he look. They like his body. They like his McLevin, whatever the case is. And they think that they can manipulate a man into doing or being what she wants him to be. They think that they could sex him up enough for him to do whatever she wants him to do. And it doesn't work like that. When you find a man, you got to make sure that he is at least on a good trajectory to going to where you want him to be. If not, you're going to lose. And a lot of women don't vet enough the way that they should. They just go ahead and get a man that they have no business getting with, wasting all the best years of their life with the man that they had no business with in the first place, and then get mad at him because he didn't become something that was unrealistic for him to be in the first place. So you can't really get mad at him for wasting your time. You wasted your time as well. You have to have some type of ownership with this because you made the choice to pick this dude, right? If you're not dating with intention, like we say, then that's your fault. You have to own it. And if you feel like you want to keep blaming men for it, then you're going to keep getting the results that you've been getting. Most of the females who are out here that are not with a dude by the time they're in their 40s, they made some mistakes. And Mr. Lecko was completely right when he said you're at a 100% failure rate. It's no doubt about it. You failed every single time. You have 0 out of every relationship that you had. You failed every single time because I would imagine your intention was to get married. You weren't picked, so you were at a 100% failure rate. Even if you divorced, you still are at a 100% failure rate because ultimately that marriage failed. So until you can distinguish the difference between getting a man's attention and actually being able to have retention, then you're going to always have this issue.
I disagree with you completely. I think what you're saying is complete ludicrous.
Ow.
Ludicrous.
I think
Please
it's complete hogwash. Here's the thing, okay? Failure is not defined by whether you've had a relationship that led to marriage. Do you know how many people are in shitty relationships and get married just for the sake of pleasing the people they feel like they're supposed to please? Society tells me I should be married, so I'm going to marry this idiot that I don't want to be with just because of the fact that he asked me to marry him. Like, that doesn't define what success is. It doesn't define, like, if a person is like, hey, I don't really want to get married because right now it's not the best time for me. I'm going to wait until, like, I'm ready to settle down. And we turn around and be like, oh, well, that means you failed at every relationship. No, it just means someone came along for a reason in the season. And, I enjoyed that person while it lasted, but I decided that I want something different. And there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like we put way too much pressure on relationships. Relationships are supposed to be like a spiritual thing, not like a definition of success and failure rates. Like, are y'all serious right now? Like, I want to be happy. I want to be happy. I want to be in love. Like, y'all not saying none of the right things. Can we talk about like a happy relationship? Like, why are we like, I don't understand what we're doing here. Like, I feel like y'all are just like, I don't get it. Like, where are we living at this time? Like, can we just like,
okay. So hold on, Swing, just for a second. So here's the problem with what you're saying. You yourself just admitted that you want to get married. You just said you will get married yourself, right? I challenge any woman to say on this panel that they don't want to get married. You're making it seem as if no woman has the ability to get married on her own. Like they have to be pushed by society. I don't think any woman on this panel, and that's pretty much a good representative of how the world is, Most women would like to get married, and you're pretending as if women are only trying to get married, even though you said they're so smart. They're only getting married just because society says that they should get married. That, my friend, is ludicrous. Women want to get married on their own. That's most women's goal. It's most women's goal. It's most women's goal that they want to get married. Most women do want to get married. There are women who don't. Say what?
Here's the thing.
Women want to get married.
Women want to get married because of society, bro.
This is the
women want to get married.
Bring it down a couple.
It's not just because it's not just because of society. Women want to get married on their own.
Listen to what I'm saying.
That's partly because of society.
Listen to what I'm saying. I need you to listen. I need you guys to receive what I'm saying. Not everybody wants to be tethered to somebody. I'm being completely honest. I said I will get married just because of the fact that I feel like honestly, I don't want to get married. I don't want to. If I could live this life and just like be like happy within myself, I would. But because of the fact that I feel like people are like, you should get married now, blah, 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 blah. I'm literally going to tell this person, hey, I think I don't mind marrying you now. And I really actually, the only reason why I say it, so, I'm never going to get into that. Marriage is something that I feel like you should really just want to do and aren't doing it just because people are making you feel like you have to do it. I'm only going to get married for the sake of having a child because I want to see what, I'm like, okay, I don't mind getting pregnant and have a baby, I guess. Don't have anything loose. Why not?
Listen,
hold on.
And I would prefer to be married.
I
would prefer to be married because I want to have like a structured household. That's literally the only reason. So it's like I don't really want to do it, but I will.
Hold on, Andrea. I got your back. You don't understand what she's saying?
Look, listen. I understand what I understand what she's saying, but let go. I believe you from 5 minutes ago when you said she was trolling.
Trev, I just want to say this one thing. She's a person that doesn't care much about having children.
I don't care.
Women who want to get married are women who want to start families. Some women don't care or don't care yet about having children. And I totally understand her. And I'm not going to say at her age or whatever, but at her mindset. If you ain't worrying about having children and you're protecting yourself from having children, do your thing. Marriage is for children mainly. So all women don't want to have babies. All women don't want to get married. A lot of that marriage shit comes from society. I don't care what a woman does. I just don't want a woman becoming a single mother. So if you don't have kids, don't get married. I don't care. I'm just about protecting the child.
Look, I understand that point, right? But we are missing the big point, right? The main point that I made, and I'm not gonna even agree with that. We could agree to disagree that most women do want to get married. I believe that most women do want to have children and get married, right? But even if we forgot about that point, right? The main point that I was making was I was talking about women being irresponsible about obtaining men. That's the point, right? And trying to bully or muscle or coax or manipulate men into being the man that she wants them to be. That was my main point. And that's what I'm saying. And that's exactly what Andrea deflected from. And she didn't address that part. So that
she didn't care enough about marriage to bully anybody into doing something.
Did you hear about 7 minutes ago when she just said that she was going to get married?
No, that's not what she said.
Didn't. She didn't say that. She didn't say that. Somebody please rewind that. She just said it like 7 minutes ago, bro. Stop it.
Let me say that. Let me.
Bro, hold on. We can't be over talk. Everybody's eager, man, but they cannot hear us. We got to calm it down a little bit so everybody can be heard. Okay, who was talking just now?
I just want to say, Andrea literally said there's a man or men that want to marry her, and when you just out here living your life, people actually want to marry you, and you don't even be thinking about them. And if the person is still single and they want to have a baby and they still cool, she be like, I will get married because she got 3 niggas over there who want to marry her. That's what she said.
All right, let me see. We want to get Venus. Venus, you want to go in there?
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hey.
I wanted to chime in on the part about all women wanting marriage, right? And when Mr. Let Go and Andrea were trying to explain that that's because of society. And I think is it Trev?
Yes.
Like, I think you have to consider the fact that that's the only thing women were ever told. So at this point, we don't know if it's an original idea of their own and something they inherently want, or it's just something that they've been conditioned to want because that's all they've ever been told. So I think that's kind of the when women are telling you, maybe I don't want that. You only think they do the same reasons a lot of them think they do because that's what society told them since they were little girls and sold them on TV and in magazines and cartoons, and so we've been like programmed to think that this is the quote unquote proper way to live, right? But you're not leaving room for the fact that everyone doesn't subscribe to that.
Totally agree.
So this is from pewresearch.org. Reason for marriage and cohabitation differs considerably on some dimensions. Why people decided to get married. Love was the main reason for married people and living with a partner. 90%, not 90%. Love was the main reason. Companionship was next. Wanted to make a formal commitment was after that. Wanted to have children one day was another one that came closely behind that. It made sense financially. It was convenient. Wanted to test the relationship. They or their partner were pregnant. Nowhere in here does it say that society made them do that.
So this is when you gotta like use your own logic and reasoning, right? So there's not going to be like a manuscript that says, women, you must get married. But if we pay attention to what media has shown us since we've been able to watch it, what's been represented on television, right? It's always like husband, wife, children. Like that affects you growing up, right? And then it being like, this is the proper things to do. A lot of those people, like you, one of the reasons you said was because of pregnancy, right?
That was
like
one of the last reasons.
Right. Like back in the day, those people didn't necessarily want to be married. It was like, you better marry her because she's pregnant.
But that's not today, though. Today,
society, I'm trying to walk you through the conditioning through different ways.
No, I get what you're saying, but the problem is that,
let her finish, bro.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, no, that was just my point was when you say none of those, you're Googling a list when some things you just have to like think about for yourself.
No, right. I get that. I get that. The problem with that is that we're trying to say this is that chicken or the egg type of argument. Which one came first, society or people? The problem is that we as society make up the reasons for why we do the things that we do. So when people try to say, well, society is pressuring me to get married, you're removing yourself and your own thoughts and your own priorities out of that. Because the reality is over the last 30 to 40 years, y'all have not been getting pushed towards marriage. Y'all been getting pushed in the opposite direction. So do we blame society for that? Or is it just that's what y'all want to do?
No, I would agree with you there. That's why when she says things like, well, women don't want that, if you understand that, then why are you challenging
it?
Because I think people do what they want to do.
So why are you challenging it?
No, because I'm challenging us blaming society for the reasons why we do things rather than understanding that we all have our own autonomy and we make the decisions that we want to make.
That's not all the way true, right?
I didn't say that it was mostly true. I didn't say that it was all the way true. I just said that I think it's majority true for most people. Most people make decisions because they want to make them. It has nothing to do with what society wants from them.
Let me. I just want to say this last part. Whether you realize it or not, like 90% of the things you think are acceptable is because society told you they were. Whether you realize that or not, that's how it goes. They told you don't hit girls, right? They told you to hold the door open for older people and get up when you see them, right? Like on the bus or like.
Why don't we hit girls? Why don't we? Why are we? Hold on, wait, Mr. Let Go. Let me have this.
Well, I'm trying to make a broad point, and what you're doing is like.
No, I get that, but I get that, but we nailing something home here because you moving on to something.
I didn't land.
I know. I know. I was just asking a question. Go ahead.
Again, society taught you Your parents taught you, somebody taught them, somebody taught their parents, and somebody told their parents, right? So a lot of these ideas that you have are not original ones. They came from somewhere. I'm not saying you don't have a original thought, but most of your concepts on life were taught to you.
Okay.
You've been conditioned to think a lot of the ways you think.
Hold on, let her finish. Let go.
That was my point. That was
Sweeney, I want
Mr. Lego, Mr. Lego, we don't need you to jump in, bro. Let us have this. I don't need you to jump in. All right. The reason why I asked you why don't we hit girls? Because you did. You're right. You're absolutely right. You said society told me not to hit a girl. Why? There's always a reason. What's the reason?
There's a reason for everything.
Okay, so why are we being told not to hit girls?
Because you can hurt them. You're more than likely stronger than them.
Right. So is that a society thing or is that a biology thing? That we were all influenced by the very real world around us and the very real consequences of our actions, which does led to us saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't be hitting girls because we can hurt them.
You know,
can I give you a society thing? Sweeney?
Wait, you know in other countries it's legal to hit women, right?
Fair.
That's my point.
So your society where you live told you it's illegal.
Okay, well, but we know by and large that most people don't hit women.
But can I give you a societal example, Sweeney?
No, we can move on, JR.
Do you know? I'm gonna tell it anyway.
No, we can move on, bro.
Do you know that most black men are attracted to light-skinned women, and that comes from
not
societal?
true, bro.
That's a fact.
That's why I tried to stop your head. That's why I tried to stop your head before you made a fool of yourself.
That's a societal thing. We're programmed.
I tried to stop your head before you made a fool of yourself, and then you come out and say some wild goofy shit like that.
Programmed to like light-skinned women more than dark-skinned women.
That's that Willie Lynch syndrome.
That's the Willie Lynch syndrome, bro. What are you talking about? Society teaches us that shit. Right. What are you talking about?
A lot of the issues that we have within the black community can be piggybacked to slavery.
Yeah.
What?
And that's just me being honest. Like a lot of the issues that we harbor within our community have been passed down from slavery. And there's a lot of psychological issues that have not been addressed. And then when you have those issues coming from our ancestors, generational curses, and then you live within a patriarchal society that the foundation of it is white supremacy, it's going to be a lot of things, a lot of issues amongst us that are by design.
In Grade A Talks, do you know that's one of the reasons why I skip over psychology and go to biology? Because biology doesn't lie. Psychology, like you just said, we're psychologically like brainwashed. Psychology actually lies to us. Biology never lies to us. That's
a lot of it is nature, but a lot of it is nature versus nurture.
Nurture is psychology, and nature is biology.
Yeah.
Then why is it? Go ahead.
And nurture can also be within your household. People that are nurturing you, and
that's still psychology, though.
Nature can be society, like your environment.
So I don't think it all boils down to slavery. That's like, so why do white men like blonde women though? They haven't had the slavery. They still have their preference, right? Everybody's got their picks, right? If it's something seems more rare, then people are just generally attracted to it.
It's more accepted.
Like blonde is not rare.
You said white, like white.
I'm not sure if Trev was finished, guys. I'm not sure if Trev was finished. Go ahead, Trev.
No, I was just saying, like, if we're gonna use that basis, why is it that white men like blondes? They haven't been through slavery. They just it's just a rarity. We don't have to take everything back to slavery. Some things we could grab that, but
that we have can be traced back to slavery. And the reason why I said that was because you all were talking about light skin versus dark skin. That can be traced back to slavery. The dynamic issues between black women and black men can be traced back to slavery. When women weren't able to be protected by their men, now I don't feel like I need a man, and that comes along with the black women are strong, black women are independent. That all can be traced back. So I'm not trying to give slavery so much credit, but I do give credit where it's due, and it's due back to slavery. A lot of generational curses, and we've been conditioned to think a lot of ways, like Mr. Let It Go said. That's true.
So why is fair skin more preferred in other countries as well?
Because the slave ships and colonialism was a universal thing. That
the
wasn't
lighter,
just
the better.
What about in Asia?
That wasn't just here.
I know
Asia,
it happened
everybody's
in
white in Asia.
Asia. It happened in Africa. It happened in India.
It
Fair
happened
skin,
wherever the white ideology went.
and
To
the
Asia?
white ideology was fair skin
And
rule.
we have to understand. You said it went to Asia. You know, when I was growing up, when I was younger, you know, one of the continents was Eurasia. Asia and Europe, they're not that far apart. So that would make sense that they share certain ideologies.
Marcus,
And you're saying this, you know, like human biology goes back almost 35,000 years, and that has still been a thing even back then. And we're saying that the European standards today is the thing that governed the world back then, where is the reason why people still prefer fair skin even in those times.
Marcus.
This is so sad. Like, I feel like
Come on, can Marcus talk? Y'all like Marcus?
Hold on,
So-
Lego. I gotta let go. Andre, I'm coming to you next. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so Sweeney, to her point, there's a thing called bettering the race. It's practiced like in Spanish speaking countries or Spanish speaking places where they typically try and breed out darker skinned Spanish people. Or I don't want to call them Spanish people. Well, you know, darker skinned people, right? They do the same thing across the globe where they try and get closer to the Eurocentric features. That's a real thing. It is like when the young lady Grade A was talking about the effects of colonialism. It's universal. It's rare that you find someplace that it did not touch. And I will argue that in regards to the blonde thing, this is the thing about slavery being attached is you can it's a researchable fact. I can give you some books on it if you like to look into it. But the blonde thing may come from the time when what do you want to call him? The mass deleter, the Adolf guy, right? I know you can't
Adolf
say.
Hitler, yeah.
I was trying not to say the full name.
Oh, sorry.
Because you'd be flagging.
Oh, my bad.
But he had a idea of what a pure race European was, so much so that they had body type measurements and height measurements that were to quantify what they wanted to do through eugenics and what was the ideal person. So beauty standards could have a lot to do with that. You couple that with the mass marketing campaigns where everything is programming to y'all point. The mass marketing campaigns literally selected the ideal of beauty for a very long time. It's only now that those things are changing. And you can see the effect of it is if you look at the shapes of Black women, right? Traditionally, that wasn't a beauty standard that was preferred, at least universally. But as the programming has changed, now you see people altering themselves to gain that shape. You can trace almost all of this programming back. Humans, by and large, aren't very independent thinkers.
Yeah,
Most
we
people
follow
need to be
like
taught
sheep.
what to do.
All facts.
And there's benefits to it, and it's also extreme issues because you can cause mass atrocities by being able to control groupthink. That's why I always relate it back to, I think social media is the greatest mind control tool that's ever existed, because you can alter an algorithm and put ideas into people's heads, and you can manufacture something like a gender war. You can manufacture something like a body positivity movement when there's little to nobody except the people in charge of the algorithm who believe these things. But then they can put that on us and we operate within that paradigm as if it's real.
And this is why this red pill dumb shit that a lot of you dudes follow is so stupid, because it causes y'all to think that y'all have all the damn answers, and y'all don't even take the time to talk to and listen to actual women and find out what their actual experiences is. Like, I've been coaching women for like 6-7 years, so I understand what they go through. That's why I can listen, but y'all niggas don't even want to take a second to listen. Y'all been arguing with a woman's reality all goddamn night, and the shit makes y'all look stupid.
Well, I will argue that I don't think you talk to men all that often either. And
We're talking about women, though. We're talking about.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, I would.
We're talking about society. When we started off talking about society has pushed women to think they should or want to get married, and I don't see a problem with that. I'm just saying where it started.
Well, I
And
think
y'all don't even want to listen to the shit.
I think we all have a natural desire to couple. I don't think that's something that society pushed. With that being said, the reason why I mentioned that was because you mentioned the red pill again about how they don't speak to women, but I think you have a severe lack of understanding of how men feel, and that's why you keep talking down on the red pill movement, because you don't talk to men. You will primarily only talk to women. I would, and Trev is one that also actually coach men, and he would tell you that they have very real issues on this planet, just like the women that you speak to do. So I would think that the problem is that we're not speaking to one another, and that there's a reason why we keep having these panels and never come to a solution. Even when we were simply talking about the instance of dating potential, there was no solution that came out of that, because everything ended with a well, but, or what about this, or what happens if I have to deal with this, rather than understanding, hey, this might just be the solution to your problem.
But keep in mind, when it's a woman's experience, you can't turn around and tell a woman what her experience is.
I get that. I just asked you to
do that shit almost every time, instead of just hearing the woman's experience and acknowledging the woman's experience.
Right.
Y'all
And
can
I'm
tell
just
the woman what she's got them experiencing.
Right. And I'm just
feel dumb shit.
Right. And I'm just asking you to give men the same goddamn leeway, because you're not. That's why you keep calling it dumb shit.
When we talk about the men's experience, that's cool.
Well, that's what they're talking about most of the time. They're talking about their experiences with women. With women.
We're on the panel with the women.
I'm talking about
do to the women on a normal basis. It comes from that stupid red pill shit. That's all I'm saying.
What?
I
feel like nowadays no one can empathize with the other person, because
exactly.
I feel like everyone, I'm not gonna say we victimize ourselves in a way, but it's like it is in a sense victimizing. It's like I can't really offer you any type of consolment, because I want to be the center of attention right now. I want you to know about my issues, my problems. We need to focus on me primarily, when it's like, no, we both have issues, but instead of saying, okay, you got issues, men have issues too, why don't we just focus on and let the women express their issues, process those. We can, be goal oriented and solution oriented after the issues have been disclosed, and then we can talk about the men issues. Because if we're talking about one gender's issues and then somebody say, well, the other person got issues too, it kind of make it seem like it's dismissive.
Yes,
it gives off a very dismissive tone.
And I'm completely in agreement with you, and that's why I said that's why you don't call the red pill dumb shit, because that's you being dismissive of their issues. I'm not disagreeing that we shouldn't listen to the women on this panel and talk to them. However, when you say listen to the women, but at the same time say all you red pill motherfuckers are dumb, you're being dismissive of their very real experiences. That's all I'm saying, is that we need to allow each other the same
thing.
That's why I'm saying we need to allow each other the same grace.
That due to what the stupid shit that y'all learned has taught y'all.
Who's this y'all?
Hold on, listen. You actually go by what the stupid shit that you've been taught, instead of actually hearing an actual human being talk about their experience. You go back to the stupid shit that you learned. That's what I'm saying.
You don't think these red pill communities actually talk to women and have women on their panels? Then you're not paying attention, bro.
Hell no, they don't.
All right, go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, so I was gonna say, like, the whole reason you were talking about this is because, Sweetie, you basically pushed back on me saying that society can program you to think a certain way or feel a certain way. Right. So I just think that it's like disingenuous for now. All of a sudden, it's about like people not going out and talking to men and knowing what they're thinking. Well, in reality, we were just talking about you pushing back on societal norms.
Right.
So,
Correction. I didn't say that society can't do it. I said that I don't think that's the main reason why people do what they do.
Okay.
But if a woman is talking, you can't say, I don't think that's how she feels.
I didn't say that she didn't feel anything. Mr. Lego, we're not talking about Andrea's specific scenario. Society may have pushed her to feel like she wants to push marriage on her. We're speaking in a broad sense, talking about women in general. And all I simply said is that
they know more about women than we do.
And I think
you gotta let him finish. Let him get his full thought out.
And when we say things like society pushed women to get married, I'm simply saying I don't think that's necessarily the main reason. I can't be right in that, because my experience is that society doesn't do that. And I've talked to just as many women as you talk to.
But they are women,
Hey,
sir. They are women.
we still have to let Andrea finish, you guys, because you guys.
Go ahead. I thought she was done. My bad. I thought she had concluded. That's why I jumped in.
No, that's okay. Thanks.
Shit is
So,
crazy.
so here's the thing that. So when we started talking about society and we started talking about like, you know, light skin, dark skin, you even pushed back on that and was like, do you think it's because da-da-da? Like, I think that you're not really receiving what's, I feel like sometimes you just say stuff for the sake of arguments, to be honest, because you cannot combat the fact that like as kids, whether you're in a religious household and like people are teaching you the proper way to like, you know, have children is to be married because you don't want to shack up. That's making you, you know, it's programming you to think, okay, well, this is inappropriate. Not to say that it's right or wrong. I'm not saying that this is like wrong advice. I'm just saying the whole reason why you're looking at marriage in this certain way is because you've been taught to look at it that way from the people who are over you and or older than you or whatever the situation is. But like, if people want to, you know, be married, it's nothing wrong with that. But I would have to question why are they actually trying to get married? And a lot of the times it's because they are being taught that. How many people could just decide to be baby mamas and just be like, okay, I want kids, so I'm just gonna get pregnant and not get married? You don't have to like that. Being married is an option, but why are you considering that? Is it because what people have told you should be doing, or what's appropriate, or what looks bad, or what isn't bad? Like that's all
I think it's
I think
that goes back to nature versus nurture, because I feel like the nature aspect is, you know, society depicting this image, especially for women, that if you're not married, you know, in your 20s, married young, your value starts to deplete. You don't, you know, you're not in your prom long. Then you have the, you know, biological versus chronological clock. It's like, it's a lot of pressure for women to get married. And then you also have the, you know, natural, you know, craving for companionship. So it's a lot of aspects that take into account. And then like the woman on the phone said, we're conditioned to like equate our value to being with a man. Because I remember growing up, I had a lot of older women in my family who were so just enamored in the idea of having a man. They made it seem like if you didn't have no man, you wasn't nothing. And so we have a lot of different contributors when it comes to that. But I do think women do want to be married.
Yeah, my whole point wasn't to say that society doesn't play a factor in why we do the things we do. I'm just saying to say that society is the only factor or
It's
majority factor is the problem, where I draw the line.
It's always more complex than that. Yeah.
I just think that we should probably try to explore a lot of the reasons why we do the things we do rather than just trying to, because when we on these panels and we say things like, well, society made me do it, and we don't explore and expound on that and say, well, okay, well, because I could talk to Andrea specifically, but we wound up talking for 2 hours. If I could sit there, like narrow home, like, okay, well, why don't you want to get married and things like that? Because if that's the case, then it would also work on her, but she doesn't feel that way. And there's a lot of women I ran into that goes completely the opposite of what society tells them. So I'm just saying that we have to, I'm very big on us speaking in absolutes. Mm-hmm. And that's why I push back when we talk in absolutes. Mm-hmm. That's my only thing.
Said any absolutes though?
No, I get that. I'm just saying that when we should probably explore more than just society, because that's what we hear a lot is that, well, society pushes a lot of women to get married. Well,
society does have the power of influence though. Society has the power of influence. All this propaganda, like the gentleman mentioned earlier, all of this, you know, mass marketing, like all of that does play. You have a tendency of reflecting what you consume, whether it be music, whether it be what you see, you know. So I feel like it's a lot of different contributors when it comes to that. You can't just, you know, solely base that in one part. Like it's a lot of things that contribute to the whole marriage topic when it comes to, especially nowadays, because more people not wanting to get married like that.
I get what you're saying. Let me ask you a question, Dan, real quick. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If society did not push men to provide, and this is just speaking towards y'all, what percentage of men do you think would quit doing it?
Honestly, I feel like, especially the world we live in today, a huge topic is, you know, people be talking about the 50-50 and all that. So, you know, providing is a huge thing now. I feel like it's a lot of men who not going to provide anyway. Yeah. It's a lot of men who not going to provide anyway. It's like, if it's in you, it's in you. Like y'all was talking about motivation and, you know, a woman having to motivate a man. a woman doesn't have to tell a man how to be a man. A man does not have to tell a woman how to be a woman. Either you're going to do it or not. If it comes to, you know, and that's another thing with nature versus nurture. A lot of men were raised to take care of women, or they, you know, aim to one day take care of their woman. So I feel like it's either in him. If it's not in him, it's just not in him.
So what percentage of men do you think will quit?
I feel like, Liz, I'm saying this because it's already so many men who are so anti-providing.
Yeah,
no, he's saying give him a number.
I'll just ask
give him a number.
They're not gonna provide
He just wanted,
anyway.
he just wanted a percentage if you had to.
Okay, so a percentage, I would say probably 5%. That was probably on the fence, because the man who wants to provide,
only 5% would quit.
I feel like 5%.
If it's in him, he'll do it anyway because it's in him. That's what she said.
He gonna do it because a man who wants to provide cannot be deterred from providing if that's what he truly wants to do.
I'm asking if society stopped pushing men in general,
5%.
only 5% would quit providing.
I feel like 5% are gonna quit. The ones who already on the internet having these 50-50 discussions, they gonna quit anyway. The men who actually take pride in providing are not going to quit.
We're gonna keep doing it.
Society doesn't have to tell him to take care of his household because he built like that.
Right.
All right, y'all. We're gonna let we gotta close this off, so we'll go to the next topic. Venus, did you want to add anything before we move on?
Mm-mm.
What about you, Trev?
No, I would say
Andrea,
Marcus?
No.
Oh, I do have something actually.
Who was that?
To the percentage question, I think about 75% of men would not provide, because like there's a lot of conversation about people not wanting to provide. One could even think about like child support and that being a thing, and like why that had to be a thing. People walking out on families. So yeah, I think way more than 5%. If they didn't have if it wasn't a societal norm to be a good father and provide, I think most men would just not.
Yeah. For those who don't understand what Grade A was saying, she's not saying 5% of all men total. That she kind of dodged the question a little bit. What she's saying is 5% of providers, of actual, you know what I mean, men who want to provide would quit providing. So she kind of dodged the question. I was asking about men in general, and I'm sure if we was talking about men in general, her number would probably align with voices.
Possibly, but yeah, I was referring to the men who are already providers.
Yeah.
Like if you don't want to provide, you're not going to provide anyway. And like I said, prior to now, it's so much talk about not wanting to provide, and especially in the Black community. Like I feel like every time I go on the internet, I see a 50-50 discussion. So it's like it's already so many people who don't want to provide, people who on the fence about providing, men who feel like women gold digging although they have no gold to dig. So I feel like if society says, hey, you know, men shouldn't provide anymore, 50-50 equal rights, let that woman split them bills with you, the ones who already feel like that are going to do that. A man who, like I said, a man who prides himself on providing for his family cannot be taken away from that position.
Why do you think the 50-50 discussion is happening right now?
I feel like the 50-50 discussion is happening for numerous reasons. One being the fact that as far as economics go, you know, we love to talk about grandma and pawpaw, but the world is not cheap like it was back then. You know, so, and even with that, I feel like there's some discrepancies in that because they also weren't making as much money back then as we are now. So, and also because, you know, when we started talking, I feel like women, especially Black women, when we got on that agenda with the feminist movement, a lot of women did not understand that white women's plight in this world is not the Black woman's plight in this world. So you talking about you want, you know, your man, you want to be equal to your man, you want to be this, you want to be that, and then society says, okay, if you want to do that, we're going to change the entire dynamic of it. If we're equal, that means we're going to do equal pay. And I feel like nowadays you see so many men, they say, oh, y'all said y'all wanted to be equal with us until it came to finances. Now you're talking about somehow you're a woman and you want to be taken care of and all this and all that. So it's a lot of contributors, but society played a big role in that, and the feminist movement did too.
So Because I was just asking for your top 2 reasons, but you actually did technically get your top 2 reasons. So when you look at those 2 reasons for why men are having a 50-50 discussion, does that actually say that men don't want to be providers, or is that just simply saying that men understand their actual very real life scenario? Like, we're looking at it from a very real perspective.
I feel like a lot of men understand their very real life scenarios as far as how much money they can obtain. And I also feel like we as, Black women have to stop thinking that these men are just lackadaisical people and understand that a lot of this providing and lack of being able to provide was by design.
Andrea, wake up.
Leave that woman alone. Let her sleep.
So
I'm not
listen, I just wanted to address that one thing with the economy, because I know that was mentioned. So just to put that into perspective, right? If we adjust it, we it's very hard for us to do it economically. That's one of the main reasons why people are screaming for this 50-50 thing, right? So let's just say you had your average income, right? That's what, hovering about 50,000 right now. If you're talking about 1930s, which was described as the Great Depression, the average income, adjusted for inflation, would be like us making today 87,000 as the average income. When you look at the cost of what houses were, when you look at what the cars were, it was just much easier to live. Even though we make more, the income has not adjusted nearly as much as the actual cost of goods. Yeah, there's no. It's a grave disparity.
And then we're living in a inflated society, so it makes sense to have 2 incomes versus 1. It's easier that way.
Yeah, it's almost impossible not to. It's very tough. Somebody has to be making an excellent amount of money for us to be able to survive. And I feel like social media has women delusion.
I feel like social media has a lot of women under the illusion that it's so many men out here just making all of this money. There are men making money, but the average guy is not making 6 figures. Like it's not happening.
Most women who say they want a man to make 100,000, they think that that's actually the average, and that's one of the major problems. Most women who say they want a man to make $100,000 a year thinks that that's just average, so they don't think that they're asking a lot.
It's not.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get to this topic real quick. Let me get to this. Hink in the basement said, "Just say no to drugs, Mr. Let Go." Hink in the basement said, "Just let these heifers talk, Mr. Let Go."
I'm not a heifer. To respect your elders.
Richie,
how old are you?
I'm 29. I'll be 30 in April, though.
She can't wait till she's 30. She said that 3 times.
I cannot wait.
Okay.
Frenchie K757. Remember, for 11 months, said, "Mr. Let Go, please just stop talking." Hink in the basement says, in my Fred Sanford voice, "You big dummy."
You big dummy.
Alone, Jimmy Shoe. That's before your time now.
That's so disrespectful.
O'Shea, $5 says, "If all that be true, Andrea said about women, why flex? That when women made such a bad choices in romance and then don't ownership of their bad choices."
I think they were so mad that they couldn't formulate a sentence.
That's all good as me. T-Max Network 999. Dating is a distraction from people getting to really know one another. Then they find themselves in relationships where the dating stops. Ring in lifestyle, court, then date. Thank you, everybody, contributing to the platform. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and keep this rolling. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to date until I find my fiance.
For me, I'm at the point where I'm never going to have another boyfriend again.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to date until I find my fiance. We can date, but I'm not going to be your girlfriend. I'm not going to be exclusive to you. I don't expect you to be exclusive to me.
Yeah.
And again, what I'm not going to do is date you for 6 months and a year. No, because it doesn't take that. Because really, men are the ones that benefit from having a girlfriend.
So do you think that a girlfriend title only benefits men?
Yes. how in the world does it benefit us?
Yeah.
The minute that you're a girlfriend and you are expecting a guy to pay all of your bills, you're being unreasonable. He's not your husband. But a boyfriend can expect sex from you every single day, and he's not being unreasonable because that's part of the girlfriend-boyfriend relationship, right? So having that boyfriend-girlfriend status where you guys are basically almost doing a lot of marriage things, you have this bond. So of course you don't want to just walk away from them. You don't want to be alone, you know?
We put the label of boyfriend, girlfriend on a pedestal, and we have given it way too much importance. And I feel like.
All right, let's go ahead and hop into it. I'm going to date until I find my fiance. I'm going to go to you first, Venus.
I like it. I think she's right about when you become somebody's girlfriend, you're pretty much acting out all of the wifely duties without being somebody's wife. And then, like she said, men get to default on the, well, I'm not your husband, right? And just, it's just, if we look at the community, it hasn't really proven to work out well, right? A lot of women ending up pregnant, a lot of broken homes. So I'm kind of with her on, like, I don't know if it's the best idea to just be doing the boyfriend girlfriend thing. And I could just also look at the government. Like, you're single till you're married, okay? So basically, I think she can date until she's engaged. I don't see the problem with it.
All right, go ahead, Andrea.
I don't think. Okay, first of all, I disagree with what she said in the video. I'm just gonna be honest. I feel like I think that dating, it just didn't make sense to me. I mean, there's pluses that you can get out of being someone's girlfriend. If you're not getting benefits from being someone's girlfriends, then you're not asking for the things that you want. You have to ask for the things that you want. If you want him to, pay certain bills, like get your nails done, get your hair done, and stuff like that, you got to open up your mouth and you got to say it. It's supposed to be a benefit to being in a relationship. If you're not benefiting in a relationship, then you're probably looking at someone's potential and they're not evenly yoked, because it's not that easy to be happy in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. So I don't know. I feel like you got to crawl before you walk. I don't want to jump into like engagement if they're not even like a good boyfriend. Like, I feel like there's levels to like relationships. You don't have to. You don't even have to really have sex if you don't want to. And if you do choose to have sex, it's supposed to be enjoyable for both people. So it's like, if you don't want to have sex, say no. Like, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I mean, I think people are making it way more complex than it actually is. I think it has a lot to do with like closed mouths not being closed mouths not being fed, having boundaries, having standards, sticking to them, saying what you want, and making sure that person can fulfill that before y'all become exclusive. But being in a relationship is supposed to be beneficial for both people.
That's true. That is
Go
very
ahead. I'm going to go to Trev and then Grade A, then Marcus.
Andrea, you be preaching.
Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of agree with Andrea on this one. If you don't feel like there's any benefit in being a boyfriend, you're probably not a good girlfriend, to be honest. That's just what I think about that. It's a dangerous thing because at some point you're going to want that exclusivity, right? Like, do you really want, because if you're dating, guess what? I'm dating too. And if I'm dating, you can't have my undivided attention, right? And I won't have yours. How am I going to really know if I could spend the rest of my life with you? If you're just dating with the purpose of dating, that's fine. But if you're dating with the intention of being married, then yeah, you should probably practice first, because you have to realize if you're going to even like this person, you're going to spend the rest of your life with them. They don't go away, right? You're going to have to sleep in the same bed with them forever. Like, that's a big deal if you don't like somebody. So you probably should try it out. I'm going to kick the tires before I buy a car. It is what it is. There's no way that you're not going to be exclusive to me and then you want to get married. Like, that's crazy. I don't even understand that. That's, to me, that just sounded so bogus. I couldn't even believe what I was hearing, because how practice makes perfect, right? You have to be with that person. If you're going to be throttling, you're going to be holding back, and you're not acting like a wife, why would I make you my wife? That's dumb. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I'm supposed to just trust in you that you're just going to all of a sudden magically flip a switch, and when I marry you, now you're just a wife that I know I'm going to like? That's trash. As far as the McLovin is concerned, we talked about this the other day. If you got your V card, then yes, most men will call that a safe bet. They will wait for you. If I met a virgin when I was about to get married, I would respect that and wait until marriage. I'd have to really do the hell out of some vetting. But if not, you're not going to tell me that I'm going to be your husband and then you're going to hold off on something that you've already given to somebody else. I'm sorry. That's just not it for me. It is what it is.
Misogyny.
Listen, no. Well, guess what? What's misogyny?
Well, she can't decide what to do with her vagina.
What's misogyny?
Because of what she's done.
Well, listen, I'm not trying to force anybody to do nothing. You just can't be with me doing that.
That is, if you were with
that is not hatred for women. The meaning of misogyny is hating women. That doesn't mean that I hate women. That's trash. Don't throw words around like that. That's trash. You can't call me a misogynist. That's not misogyny. It isn't. That's not what that word means. So don't use that word like that. You shouldn't.
Like
it's irresponsible. It doesn't.
That's making someone like compromise their value. Because although a woman, even if a woman has had sex before and she's embarking on this journey where
she's already been compromised. She's already been compromised. Like I said, she don't have to be with me. I don't tell no woman what to do with her body, and that's fine. But like I said, if you already giving it out, right? Listen. If I'm going to be your husband, I'm not going to expect any other man to have more of a benefit than I did if I'm going to be the one to wife you, and that's my prerogative to feel like that.
This is bad work.
Hold on. Wait. I got to wait for Grade A to understand. Grade A.
No, this is bad work for Trev.
I'm not sure.
You cannot go back and forth. Okay.
Because we're conflating some things. Grade A, I got a question for you. Say you dealing with a guy, right? You met him, y'all talking online, right?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I've gone on dates to this, I've done that, I've paid for this, that. You said, ooh, I like dating. I prefer my man to pay for dates. And he says, no, I prefer to be you're not my wife, and I'm not paying for anything unless you're my wife. Would you?
That was really good.
Would you tell him? And essentially, it's the same thing that Trev is saying. You can do what you want to do. That doesn't mean I have to deal with you.
Yeah, you can do what you want to do, but just not with me.
Exactly.
No,
That's my prerogative.
This is bad work.
You get to make it's your body, your choice, right? Mine too.
You just said if you're dating someone and they are deciding that they don't want to take things further with you, that you will reason
he will walk away.
With somebody else, why not? You know you can't do that, right?
No, what? Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Do that.
Yes, I can.
Andrea, that's misogyny.
Yes, I can.
This is weird.
She's a misandrist. If we're throwing those words around, right?
And I think that's the thought process. I said that was because if you love someone, you respect them. So if you love women, you will respect their boundaries.
If she loves me, she'll give me some ass.
No, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Understand that we're talking about this in the sense of Trev has autonomy over his body the same way she does.
That's manipulation.
It's not.
If you say I'm waiting until marriage, and he says, okay, I'm not doing that. Regardless of your reason, you can't make him date you.
No, you can't make no.
Right, and he can't make you have sex with him. All he can do is say,
exactly.
"There's a stage left."
But why are we equating a potential lifelong connection? Why are we like risking that because of sex? That means that brings forth the question: do you value sex more than the relationship?
Hold on.
I just want to say one thing, y'all. Do y'all know a man's wallet has the same type of lips than y'all coochie? If you don't want to open up your coochie, we're not going to open up our wallet. If you look at the side of a wallet, it actually looks like a coochie. So it's the same way. So y'all shut the hell up.
Okay, I'm really concerned for you all tonight. I really think that
don't worry, I'm fine already.
I'm
already good.
Andre, you can't make men do what they don't want to do, man. You can't make a man date you if you're
the
not
problem
willing.
that I'm having is it's okay to decide that you don't want to have sex before marriage, so that's not something I want to do. I'm just gonna move on. But for you to say, like, if a girl's like, I don't want to, have sex with you, and you turn around and you say something like, well, you gave it to somebody else, why not? You can't say that. That's
You're missing the context.
That's not how I'm going to present it. First of all, but yeah.
But the concept.
She's not far off from the concept. She's not far off from the concept.
You cannot do that.
But
That's
yeah, and I'm standing on it. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Every man has the right to do it. You have the right to your body, right? And I wouldn't try to coax you into it. I wouldn't try to pressure you. I wouldn't even bring that up. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But I'm going to know if you're a virgin or not. You'll tell me. If you are, then I'm like, damn, this is crazy. I'm going to have to really wait.
Yo, this is bad.
Unless you lie. If you lie, now here's the thing. If you tell me that, then yeah, we're going to investigate.
This is weird.
I'll probably not going to believe you.
So here's the thing.
I don't care.
You do realize sex involves two people liking each other, being attracted to each other, and both equally wanting to engage in sexual.
All right, so we're talking about a person that I'm talking about being my wife, like marrying.
Wait a minute.
So yes.
You cannot reason someone out of their vagina. I need you to know that. Like, if a person decides
I never had to.
No, if a person decides they want to sleep with someone else and then they don't want to sleep with you, you cannot say, well, you did it with such and such, or you're not a virgin. That's weird.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I wouldn't say it. I'm not going to say it. But do you understand how that go? Do you understand that go? So wait, you gave this guy the ultimate honor, right? For a reason. So to me, the birth of marriage, right?
Breaking up, bro.
You breaking up?
I'm breaking up.
That's God.
Oh shit, I don't know. Yeah, well.
This is bad work, man. So basically,
y'all are missing it. You give me one second.
I got you, Trev.
You gave this man. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Let me let him know. You gave the man the ultimate honor, right? Mm-hmm. And that's cool, right? We're gonna accept the fact that you were deflowered. You can't get your virginity back. It is what it is, right? That once it's gone, it's gone. So what are you holding out for me for? If I'm about to be your potential husband, the least you could do is give me a test drive before I buy the car. I'm sorry.
Test drive.
Hold on. Trev, you digging a hole. Hold on, Mr. Let Go. Trev, you digging a hole. Ultimately,
I'm fine with it.
We're talking about all night.
We're talking about waiting until marriage. Understand that context, right? He said if a woman did not wait till marriage to have sex, and then she came to me and said, I'm going to require you to marry me first before I have sex with you. He's saying, if you did it with somebody else, I'm not waiting. I'm going to walk away. That's what he's saying. I don't have to wait.
I understand the reservations. It's just the way that you conveyed it. It just sounded so brutal.
But we brutal out here because the same way it's brutal.
What do you want? You want me to talk to say real soft?
Hold on, Trent. Hold on. Greta, it's brutal. The same way that a man will feel like, the same way you will feel towards a man if a man told you, I'm gonna wait till I make you my wife before I pay for any date. You're gonna be like, Negro, please, and you're gonna walk off on his ass. And that's brutal as hell, but it's the truth and it's honest.
And it's my preference.
And it's your preference.
You know, not getting head is actually brutal, just so you know.
What? Why do we let this man talk?
No, go ahead, Venus.
Well, okay, I'm like the commentators. I'm starting to think it's drugs. Something going on.
Not getting head is brutal. I'm just saying.
What does head have to do? Okay, I don't know.
That's brutality. Like not giving head. It's brutal. I'm just saying.
So you would prefer the head over the box?
No, I want both, but I'm just saying not getting either is brutal because you know, if you don't want to, spread the cheek.
But okay, what if she said
okay
I'll have sex with what if she said I'll have sex with you, but I'm not letting no man who not my husband do that?
Huh?
What if she said, okay, we can have sex, but I'm not letting a man who not my husband, with no fellatio?
If I want fellatio, I'm gonna leave.
It depends on what I want, and if the box is like sunshine, I might be like, okay. But if it's not, it's normal. No, I want some.
If it's a non-starter, if we're talking about a man that's saying that fellatio is a non-starter, that's what he wants in a relationship. I would expect that man to walk away from the relationship if she's not giving him what he desires in a relationship.
Right.
The same way we would expect any woman to walk away from a relationship where she's not getting what she wants out of the relationship. I don't get how this is such a hard concept for us to understand.
It's not a hard concept. It's just the simple fact that I don't like the idea of someone risking a potential connection over sex, because sex is very powerful, and I feel like it's not anything that should be done casually. But if you are planning on marrying this woman and that conversation has been had and it's exclusive and it's pending, I understand you being like, what? Like, I ain't finna wait. But marriage.
But grade A, the problem is.
Hold on, we got to give voice. We got to give Venus in there. Go ahead, Venus.
I was trying to understand the logic behind like why the ladies got so upset when you say, well, if you gave it to somebody else before, why should I wait? So by that logic, should they just give it to everybody because they gave it to somebody before?
Right.
That sounds insane to say to somebody. So there's no room for growth. There's no room for people becoming more mature, developing boundaries. What you're stating is you do not respect her or her boundaries or her process. All you're hearing is, well, you did it before, so I'm obligated to get it too, or I'm out. Like, that's a very problematic way of even looking at women. That's crazy.
Why is it that we only look at this as a problem when men exercise our options to not partake in certain behavior? But then when I just reversed the question, everybody understood when I was speaking for a woman. When he doesn't want to participate in something and she says, well, if you're not going to do it for me, then I'm out.
You're not understanding what she's saying.
He's missing anything. We're not talking about your action of leaving. We're talking about your mindset. Like, you're basically telling this person, simply because you've had sex before in your life, you do not deserve. I'm not waiting for anything. Like, I'm entitled. Give it to me. How dare you?
But isn't she saying that she's entitled to him marrying her before she gives it to him? That he has to do that? And he says, I don't want to marry you to have sex with you?
No, that's not what we're saying. This is what I'm saying. Because I don't think you understand. It's a difference between saying, hey, because of my religious upbringing or for whatever reason, I would prefer to be married before we have sex. And then taking a woman's right to choose who she wants to engage with sex in and being physical with, and me saying whatever it is that I'm saying, you then feel like you can compare someone else that I was with intimately and feel like you can reason me out of my vagina. Do you know?
How does that take away her right to choose?
No,
how does that take away her right to choose?
That's trash.
You will understand.
How does that take away her right to choose?
Quiet is the reason why you don't understand.
All right, how does that take away her? I asked a very specific question.
You will never get it. So
how does that take away her right to choose?
You're not getting it because you want.
How does that take away?
Let her finish.
Oh, I get that. How does that take away her right to choose?
You don't get it because you won't be quiet.
Swing, let her finish.
She's saying the same thing. All I'm asking is a simple question. How does that, what Trev did, take away her right to choose?
You're just not smart enough.
I'm sure I'm not smart enough. So talk like you're talking to a cocker spaniel. How does that take away her right to choose for him to say, I'm not waiting to marry you to have sex with you, just regardless of his reason? You gave it to Joe Smoke. I'm not gonna marry you.
Okay,
I'm gonna walk away from you. How does that take away her right to choose?
Let me simplify it for you. Hold on. Let me simplify it. Can I simplify it for him, please? I'm gonna simplify this, and I'm gonna do it to the best of my ability so that you can understand what I'm saying. If a person say no, no means no.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I know I had to slow it down for you a little bit.
All right. So how was she not able to say no? How was she not able to say no?
You cannot reason someone out of their vagina. If a person says, for whatever reason, I don't care if it's because I decided I want to be celibate today and yesterday I wasn't. If I say no, then we don't have a discussion or a conversation about why I'm saying no.
Yes, you can.
Just shut your filthy mouth so you can understand what I'm saying.
No, you shut your filthy mouth.
Because this is very problematic for you guys.
No, it's not. Because you can't reason a man out of his wallet either.
Oh my God.
You can't reason a man out of his wallet either, but y'all do it.
Hold on, one mic, y'all.
But hey, no, JR. Sometimes you gotta stop where they at. She's just ongoing. You can't just like you cannot.
You gotta respect each other. Gotta respect each other, y'all.
You so argumentative, bro.
Hold on.
Mr. Lego. Chill, bro.
Let's talk, Mr. Let me talk. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Venus.
I can make it very simple for you. If your answer was simply, I don't want to wait and I'm out, that's
It would
fine.
have been received better.
But the fact
Hold on,
that you
bro.
had to say, well, you gave it to somebody else. That's like, imagine your child, right? They want something from you and you say no. And then they go, but you got my sister a bike. They're guilt trip. You're trying to guilt trip a person for not
Right.
giving you what you want instead of respecting her boundaries and standing on your principle by just saying, you know what, this don't work for me. I'm out. I can't deal with this. You didn't do that. You chose to be like, well, you gave it up before. Well, both of you. That shit sounded sick. I'm sorry. Very
Okay.
sick.
Hold on.
Okay, all right, now hold on.
Hold on. Let me get Marcus in. I make sure Marcus don't want to hop in there.
Red pill bullshit.
So I've been listening. I think we hit the point of the conversation where men and women hear things differently. Because what you said, Venus, is what he meant to say, but the way he said it was how men understood it, and it came. And I heard what you heard in the way that y'all hear it. I just think we reached that precipice because the way you said it, they have no problem with what you just said, none whatsoever. I don't think. Would I just shake your head, yes or no? Do you have a problem with how she explained that?
No. The
Right.
only problem I have is that they keep saying that takes away her choice, her right to say no.
Yeah.
How does me saying, well, you gave it to such and such, so if you go give it to such and such, then I'm not waiting until marriage to have sex with you. Take away. Yes, that's exactly what he said. He said, Andrea, you gotta let other people talk.
Let him finish, Andrea.
He said specifically, if she's a virgin, then I might have to think that over as far as waiting until marriage. But if she tells me that she slept with such and such, I'm gonna say, hey, well, you gave it to him, so why do I have to marry you to have sex with you? I'm not doing that. And so he decided. So how does him saying I'm not doing that because you gave it to such and such take away her right to say no? That's my only question.
So here's the problem with that, right? I've heard Sweeney just say it several times, and what I said, I don't know what people were listening to, but I did at no point said that I would tell the woman that to try to coax her into sex. That's corny as hell. That is not what I'm explaining. That's bogus. What I'm simply saying is that if she had her V card, then that would be a circumstance that I would deal with. If she doesn't, I'm out. Simple. We're not going to have a discussion about it. I'm not here to coax your jaws off. That's not my flow. You either want me or no. Like, I can get another one. It's no problem. I'm not even beat. Why would I go ahead and try to beg you or coax you? None of those methods go with my style at all. It's either yeah or no. That's corny as hell. Who the hell is going to try to bully somebody or coax somebody or beg? Any one of those is corny as hell, and it's not masculine at all. If you have that decision, it's your body, your choice. I dig it. But guess what? It's my choice if I want to leave or not. If I'm used to banging a certain amount of times and then now you telling me I can't, that's a big decision to make. If it's your virginity, which, like it or not, men value, like it or not, men value virginity, right? If you no longer have your chastity, then that value is gone. So it's not worth it for a man to wait. Simple as that.
Wait,
if y'all don't have to like it, but that's what it is.
Actually,
Vinny's got a question.
Go ahead.
if y'all value virginity, then why?
We don't value virginity. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let him finish. Let go.
No, he knows where I'm going. Like, if y'all value virginity, then why didn't y'all marry women?
All right, so I was going to ask that. I was going to actually answer. I was going to provide context. Hold on, Mr.
Like, how many of you have
Hold on,
broken?
wait, let me provide context.
I don't want to be with no damn virgin.
Let me provide context.
Mr.
When he says, hold on, wait. When he says we value,
finish though. Like, why do you?
well, I thought you finished. I thought you asked the question. I was just trying to answer your question.
I answered the question for her.
No, you didn't.
We don't value virginity.
No, you didn't. I'm providing context. When Trev said we value virginity, he is referencing valuing it in reference to waiting until marriage. That is his reference. If you want me to wait until marriage, yes, we do value that. I've known plenty of guys that leave women alone when they're virgins because they're like, I'm not gonna fuck with that. All right. But that doesn't mean so when it comes to context of marriage, yes, we do value it. And what he's saying is that the only way you becoming you saying wait until marriage as a preference, as a prerequisite, is if you are a virgin. Outside of that, I'm not gonna look at that and be like and value that. That's all he's saying is that we value marriage in that context. Now, as far as who we have sex with, we throw that shit to the wind or whatever. We don't sit there and look at it that way. But when it comes
Okay,
to
well, we're not gonna make. Wait, I'm sorry. You didn't answer my question. If you value virgins, why do you walk away from the virgin instead of marrying? Like you just said, right? Y'all will no, thank you, and leave it alone. Why don't you marry the thing you claim you value then?
Well, it's because at that moment, if a man is only trying to hit and have sex, he's not gonna fuck up a virgin.
So then you don't value them.
No, because if I sleep with the virgin and then if I sleep with a virgin who's waited until marriage, if her prerequisite is marriage and mine's is not, I'm not gonna go and deal with that virgin because she's wanting to wait till marriage. So if I go and I deal with her and I have sex with her, I just fucked up everything she had going on and everything that she believed in. So I'm not going to. That's why I keep saying the context of.
You contradict yourself. So
okay, explain.
That when it comes to marriage, you
Okay.
value virgins, but then when you meet the virgin who wants to wait for marriage, you don't want her. So can you make that make sense?
Because I just
can I translate for you?
Hold on, I got it, Marcus. I said that if my goal is not marriage and I'm just sleeping around, how I value the virgin is that I will not mess with a virgin who values waiting until marriage. I will leave her alone. But if I want to get married and a virgin tells me, hey, I'm willing to wait until marriage, I'm more likely to wait with her than I am with a person who is not a virgin who tells me I want to wait until marriage.
Look, all y'all niggas is lying, and I've been quiet because y'all just sound so damn stupid. We marry the woman that we like. We don't give a shit if she's a virgin. We don't care. We end up marrying the woman that we actually is about timing and is about where we are in our lives and is about who the actual woman is. Her being a virgin has nothing to do with it. No, nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it's just stupid.
Who said?
Right, let me answer this real quick.
Mr. Lego, what person said what you said? What man on this panel said that? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. We said that we
value being a virgin. No, the fuck.
No one said that.
No, let me get my translation. I spoke like an hour. I'm gonna help y'all translate this.
Go ahead, translate for Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus and grade A.
All right. So the statement was in regards to what a man would wait around for, and Trev was making a point that if you wanted him to wait to have sex until after marriage, he would like for that to have been your standard with everyone. And if that had been the standard, then if he wanted to marry you, he would wait to after marriage. That's the reason that the virginity thing came in. And to Venus's question about if we value virgins, why do we walk away? I think that shows the value, because men are saying, hey, you have something that I don't want to take from you without giving you what you request in return. So I'll just step aside until you find the right person that you can give that to, that's going to give you what he wants to reciprocate. To the I'm going to date until I find my fiance question, I think that works. Back to the virginity thing, it works if the person has not been out here dating. I think it's going to be a hard sell for men that have known you, because essentially what it boils down to is you value it. And the way we interpret it, right, is you value other men more than us. And it's hard for a man to take his woman value in other people because she's willing to give them things that she wouldn't give them. An example would be if you had a child with the man before your husband and your husband wanted a child and you told him under no circumstances will I have a child. Those things set a precedent in our mind in the way we perceive how you respect us and try and offer up your value unto us. So if it's something you would give a man that you wouldn't give me and tell me no, in our mind, you're overvaluing the other guy as opposed to us. And that's not a good deal for a man who wants to get the most from his woman.
So can I interpret for them?
Hold on one second, because we got to go to grade A. I'm trying to get the people that's been sitting a little bit quietly too. Go ahead, grade A.
I've been, as far as having sex before the marriage and the reservations that they were just talking about,
I mean, just anything
I was
that
about to say you can skip over that. We can talk back to the.
Yeah, I was like, y'all want to talk about?
We ain't got to talk. Yeah, we ain't got to talk about that.
Yeah.
Now. I think Marcus hit it on the head.
We have a clear cut view of how everyone feels as far as that goes.
Yeah, we can move on.
So we can move to the next subject.
Yeah, hit us with another topic, JR. What you got? But well, before you do that, give Marcus the goddamn hand clap because that nigga nailed that shit home, and I couldn't have explained it any better, me or Trev.
Y'all niggas are dumb.
You're an amazing order.
No, don't let us say that shit again, man. Like this is what they do when they feel wrong. They start to name call and stuff like that.
I thought I was on mute. I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute. I'm sorry.
Hey, no, you good, Andre, but we get it. We get it. You can move on. They resort to name calling when they don't.
Go to the next subject.
But it's the red pill crap. It's just entrenched in their brain. They just
that's bullshit. Ain't nobody up here red pill Mr. Let Go. You talk. Everybody up here besides you would value a virgin. That's just what it is. So you're the odd man. You're the odd man out in actuality. I'm just telling you, bro.
Nobody unless you know damn virgins. Nobody wants no damn virgin. Y'all sound nuts.
When it comes to marriage, we don't run around looking for or chasing for women. We understand that it's a rarity, right? But
whoever
we would absolutely respect it.
We're going to marry. We don't give a shit about the past. We dating her, so she's already lived up to what we want because we're already dating her. To take it the next level, we either going to do it or we're not. We're not going to sit here and say, wait. In the middle of the dating process, I don't want to marry her because she's not a virgin. Anybody think about that dumb shit?
This fool ain't hear shit we said, and we can move on.
Nah,
that
he really
nigga
didn't.
heard. That nigga didn't hear shit.
Right.
There's nothing but air between that nigga brain. Between his ears is nothing but air. That shit did just like this did.
Yeah.
All right. Like Ikene $2 says it gets harder in your 30s. O'Shea said I take ownership of not being grammatically right. Congo English says women bring something to the table other than your flesh and or acquiring a lifestyle. Men that got leverage, making money with sincerity, move in discernment with intellectual birth. Ikene says a girl above the age 30 should be a wife by now. O'Shea said I take accountability for being grammatically wrong. Rojo says, like I always say, women commit to convenience. Ikene again says her vagina is celibate and his wallet is celibate. Bigot, $10 says, hey Marcus, if you're playing basketball and let go try to box you up in the paint, what you gonna do?
Reach over him. I'm probably a foot taller.
Pause.
$2 says she want to skin Pookie and make the nice guy wait. All right, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and hop into this. Watch where your boundaries come from.
First started talking to my therapist, we were going through my dating and like, what I dislike, what I would want in my partner, what I don't want in my partner, what I'm going to say, just all the things. And then she was like, you're disqualifying somebody so that they won't disqualify you. And I was like, first of all, I don't pay you to say stuff like that to me.
Some edges.
Like, don't ever come at me like that. But also continue. But she was right. Some of the boundaries that I had set up, before you can hurt me, I'm gonna cut you off. I'm gonna cut you off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like if I have these parameters, if I have these boundaries, there's no way I can get hurt again. But also, there's no way I can let somebody in.
That's right.
And the thing about love, love opens you up to be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Love opens you up to be hurt. Mm-hmm. But you have to trust that whoever you're letting in won't
hurt you.
Or if they do it, that's not their intent.
So true. That's what love is. It's a risk.
Love is a risk.
It is. There's no way around it. You can do all the vetting you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Ask all the questions you want to. Introduce them to everybody. Ask them what to think and all of that. You can do all of that. It's still a risk.
Mm-hmm.
They could change tomorrow. They could change their mind tomorrow. You don't know.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Watch where your boundaries come from. Go ahead, Marcus.
I think that's sad that we in this state where that's an actual thing, where people have wanted to connect with people, and then because in order to take that approach, you either had to take on somebody drama or hurt, or you had to be hurt in a way where you put these walls up to guard yourself from falling in love with somebody. To disqualify. So I think we witness that all the time when women say they only date a man that's 6. What's that say? Smooth brain. No. All right. So when women say they only date a man who's above 6 feet tall, makes over 6 figures with a 6-inch Nasamine and a 6-pack, that's to disqualify people that they potentially could be with by creating a segment of the population that's so small, most people will not fit into that. But the truth is, if a man is able to break down any wall within that, the man could be 5'6" and make $72K a year and have a dead body, and still she'll fall in love with him if the situation is right. I think that a lot of that projection, it does deter a lot of men too. And I think that's part of the blowback that we're seeing online, because what's been advertised to men as what women will accept fits such a small segment of men. It is removing hope from those men to the point where they're not trying either, and it pushes us further and further away. When the truth is, just try and find people, and you got to be allow yourself to be vulnerable, because you can get hurt that way, but you also can win that way. Love is a risk. Life is a risk. Most of the things that you have to really stand a chance at losing at is the same things you stand to gain the most with. So yeah, I completely agree. I think it's very important that we watch our boundaries where they set, because you could be eliminating somebody that could be your potential partner for something that's not actually a boundary that you will stand firm on. But the more you a lot of women believe in manifestation, right? The more you put that out there, if you don't manifest or get the specific person you're looking for, in return, you've also turned off the people that you could have came in contact with. So yeah,
That's true.
All right, go ahead, Grade A.
I feel like a lot of us operate within our trauma, and so we already have these, pre-biases of people, and we do set up boundaries, and they can, detract us, and we won't find love that way. I know I had a lot of guards up, like when I'm meeting new people, because I've, my trauma from my past, and it's like, I don't want to go down that path anymore. It makes you really look into the person. You may be seeing things in people, and it might be an occurrence that only happened one time, but you're like, oh man, like, I need to get away from that because he's starting to replicate something from the past that I never want to experience anymore. But I feel like that is a natural instinct, so that it's a defense mechanism to protect ourselves, but that also can be a detriment, because it can make someone not want to deal with you because they feel like, you're making them be responsible for things they never did. So I don't know. It's a double-edged sword.
All right, go ahead, Treya.
Yeah, man, you were HJR the way you be putting these videos together, man, because that kind of tied right back into my last point. And be careful where your boundaries came from, because now, even just to kind of touch on that last point, it's like, all right, you have put a boundary up, right? Whether it's sex or whatever, because you don't trust me as much as you've trusted the last person. And that's just one more reason why a man would find it extremely offensive that you would decide to become a newborn virgin, right? And like Marcus was saying, there's so many ways that we find to just eliminate that person that you should have connected with, right? And this is how people end up, men and women alike, very old and alone, right? Because you say, nah, you know what? I ain't dealing with nobody like this. I ain't dealing with nobody like that. And you're knocking out people who will potentially like be your soulmate, right? If you believe in that. So at some point, we kind of have to let our guards down, because love is risky. For you to truly be successful at love, you have to let your guard down, right? If you're really going to love someone, because one of the main components of love is trust. You can't love somebody truly as a mate if you don't trust them. And if you can't give them enough trust for them to be vulnerable, then yeah, you're not really going to love them. You can't. If I can't trust you and I have to worry about what you're doing. How can I live with that on a daily basis, right? I can't trust you to be my partner. When you're cohabitating with the person, they're supposed to be able to get that all. Like when I leave my house, I don't worry about nothing going wrong. I'm not worried about nobody running away with the money. I'm not worried about anybody taking anything from me. I'm not worried about nobody sneaking on me or calling up another dude. I'm not worried about any of that. I'm completely at ease because I have the trust. If you don't know what that's like, then you haven't loved yet. You haven't. You don't know what real love is at that point. If you can't trust a person and you got to put these boundaries up, like at some point, and I understand in the beginning because you have to vet a person, but before you go ahead and get married, you got to love that person, and trust is a major part of it. I'll leave it there for now.
All right, go ahead, Andrea.
Okay. So boundaries are things that protect us. I need you guys to receive that, okay? I know that boundaries are things that protect us, okay? For whatever reason, they're there because without them, anyone could just run amok and will have you doing things that you don't really want to do. Oh my God, why you gotta put the big mic on me? All I'm saying is boundaries are things that protect us, okay? I think that when you start to like, just because you might not know how to have boundaries yourself and you probably succumb to people pleasing and you project that onto somebody else and try to make them feel bad for having boundaries, I think that you're trying to condition somebody to be codependent. I'm just gonna have to say that. I think that codependency is bad. So I don't think that y'all should be going around here convincing people that if I don't lower my boundaries, that means I don't trust you. Like, I don't understand why we're having such a difficult time. It's like, where do we come from where we feel like everyone has to justify why they're saying something or why they're choosing to do something a certain way? Why do we feel like we are owed an explanation other than this person saying, no, this is not something that I want to do or something that I don't want to pursue with you specifically? Like, why do we have to, why does it feel like we have to, where do we get off where we feel like someone has to justify their actions to us? Who do we think that we are? This is crazy to me. It's really, it is very much entitled. It's very arrogant and it's very self-fulfilling. It's very selfish that it's so difficult for us to just respect a person's right to choose yes or no. Whether we're talking about sex or whether we're talking about, I decide I want to meet you at our date instead of have you come pick me up because that's my boundary. It's not about you. It's not about trusting you. It's about the fact that I'm saying my process and the way that I work that is comfortable for me is that I set these boundaries to protect myself and my mental ability. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say that because I really am starting to feel like some of y'all are really tripping and I'm really concerned. And I think that y'all need to go and talk to someone about like sexual culture. Like y'all, some of y'all.
She needs some milk.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Venus.
Okay, so the woman in the video, I think she's operating out of like a fear-based mindset, right? And also, I think her mentality is very indicative of the mindset of a lot of single people today. A lot of people are running around traumatized and fear-based. And I understand why those boundaries were put in place because clearly people, like Marcus said, that doesn't come from nowhere, right? She's clearly been hurt before and probably traumatized. So now she's like built up these things around herself to protect her. But it kind of reminds me of there's like a saying, with a closed hand, you can't give, but the part you miss is that you also can't receive. So like she done guarded herself so much to think that she's not gonna give too much, but she's also blocking herself from potentially receiving anything. So I don't know. I think boundaries are important, but maybe we should like revisit them frequently. And that's pretty much what I had about that.
All right. Go ahead, Trey. Trey, you went already? You went already?
Yeah, I went. I just went.
Okay. Go ahead, Swing.
Sorry, it wasn't memorable, but
Can you replay the video for me real quick?
Oh my God.
started talking to my therapist, we were going through my dating and like what I like, what I dislike, what I would want in my partner, what I don't want in my partner, what I'm going to stand, just all the things. And then she was like, you're disqualifying somebody so that they won't disqualify you. And I was like, first of all, I don't pay you to say stuff like that to
Smash
me.
some edges.
Like, don't ever come at me like that. But also continue. But she was right. Some of the boundaries that I had set up before you can hurt me, I'm gonna cut you off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like if I have these parameters, if I have these boundaries, there's no way I can get hurt again. But also there's no way I can let somebody in.
That's right.
And the thing about love, love opens you up to be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Love opens you up to be hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to trust that whoever you're letting in won't
hurt you.
Or if they do it, that's not their intent.
So true. That's what love is. It's a risk.
Love is a risk.
It is. There's no way around it. You can do all the vetting you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Ask all the questions you want to. Introduce them to everybody. Ask them what to think and all of that. You can do all of that. It's still a risk.
Mm-hmm.
They could change tomorrow. They could change their mind tomorrow. You don't know.
All right, I'm good. All right, so the reason why I asked that because I was listening to what Andrea said, and I knew I heard part of the video. I knew I was listening to the video, and I was like, that is not what they're describing. And when I listen and when I read the question, I'm like, that's not what the question is talking about. We're not talking about an instance where you're talking to your partner and they're trying to push past your boundaries. She's talking to her therapist, and her therapist is trying to help her understand where her boundaries are coming from. And I think that is very important because, and that's one of the number one things that they do in therapy is to try to get you to understand why you make the decisions that you make in your life. So whether that may mean that your boundary may have came from a previous trauma, or your boundary may have came from a previous pain, which hers was, I don't want to be hurt by somebody. So therefore I'm going to cut you out before I get hurt. And now that she understands that, she approaches relationships totally different. So I get what Andrea is talking about as far as boundaries is supposed to protect you from external forces and things like that. But I think it's also equally important for us to understand where our boundaries come from and why we decide to do the things that we do. And that's just the internal thing. I'm not talking about you happen to discuss that with somebody else, discuss that with your partner. That's something you need to have internally so you can be fully aware and self-actualize and understand exactly why you do the things that you do.
Spot on, Sweeney. Go ahead, Mr. Lego.
All right, so kind of like what Sweeney just said, we have to at all times understand that fears and boundaries are not the same thing. You can actually have so many fears where you could turn around and have a lack of boundaries. Like having fears actually causes you to run in a direction, right? Is a fight or flight problem. You get scared of something, you could turn around and run in the arms of something that can actually hurt you. So you could turn around and be afraid of love, afraid of a relationship, and because you're afraid of being in a relationship, you'll turn around and have a situationship with a person that doesn't care about you at all, because the person that doesn't care about you actually can't hurt you because you know that they don't want you. But you can go in a direction and date a person that actually potentially wants to be with you, and you'll run away from that person because you're afraid to get hurt, because that person has the actual capacity to want you. But if you're so used to being unwanted and rejected, you'll actually feel safer being with a person that doesn't want you and rejects you, because you know exactly what they're capable of, and you know that they can't hurt you to a certain degree because you know exactly what to expect. And that's why a lot of women would turn around and set a lot of boundaries. I'm getting feedback. So a woman would actually have set boundaries with a good person, but won't have any boundaries with a crappy person. But that's the problem. A woman has to pay attention to what an actual healthy boundary is and set it with everybody, and not just this dude over here because she's afraid of getting hurt, and understand what her actual fears are. And that's what her therapist is actually saying. And I know Sweeney kind of like touched on it, but he went before me, so he kind of like stole everything I was about to say. But
Is
yeah,
that anxious avoidant? Is that anxious avoidant detachment
all of
style?
them. That's all of them. Avoidant is one of them. Anxious is another one, and then disorganized is a third one, and that's all of them. You have a fear of something, therefore you act a certain type of way. An anxious attachment style is what the woman is actually explaining. She will kind of like disassociate herself from the actual man that she wants to be with because she's afraid. She's so used to being unloved. Well, she would just stay unloved because in her mind, she doesn't deserve love. So she just stays in a state of not being loved.
And Andrea, one more thing. I know you like the description of codependent, but maybe look into interdependent. I think that might better describe the ideology that I surmise.
Okay, actually, no. Actually, no. Okay. First of all, let me say this. Okay, codependency is letting your boundaries down to please someone else for a fear of them leaving or going somewhere else.
Yes.
You cannot say, hey, this is my boundary, and then waver and shift on that, and then try to convince somebody that by them doing that and compromising their boundaries, they're allowing me to feel like you trust me, or you're gonna receive something you never even heard of before. Like, no, I'm gonna need you guys to stop feeding people fairy tales so that they can lower their standards and their boundaries. That is insane. I can't believe you guys are even saying that. That's kind of wild. I don't know what's wrong with you guys.
Literally, nobody on this panel said that. Not one person.
I'm confused.
Yeah, that's wild.
You heard everything we said, and that's what you got from it.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask her?
Golly, boy, we are lost.
So, Andrea, you don't. So, if you're against codependency, so your thing is like independence, right?
My thing is not letting somebody make me feel uncomfortable if I say I don't want to do this or I don't want to do that. Like, I feel like it's wrong to it's so wrong for you to push yourself on someone. And I don't know if it was you. Somebody said something about to give you got to be willing to receive. Like,
I said with a closed hand. You think your goal is to not give, but what you're missing is you're also stopping yourself from receiving.
Yeah, that's crazy to me because
Why?
I honestly feel like it's the difference between having a closed hand and then having a closed heart or a closed way that you go about things, because you want to make sure that you're vetting properly. So if I have a boundary and this is my boundary and you can't
you understand the metaphor.
I was about to say it's a metaphor.
All I'm saying is that it sounds crazy that you guys are trying to push someone's boundaries. That's wild to me. To try to convince somebody that if they let their boundaries down, that they're going to be so much more open to receiving certain things. I honestly just feel like sometimes you guys just need to respect other people. Like, if a person
can I ask you a question?
Hold on real quick, let go. I just want to make sure that Andrea does understand. Do you understand what Venus is saying?
Yeah, she's saying to receive something, then you should give something, or in order to receive something, you have to be open to something. And
Okay, Venus, is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, Andrea, just take a moment right now. Right now, Venus is about to explain what she means, and then see if you can process it. Go ahead, Venus.
Okay, so I just want to make some things clear. We're not advocating for people to lower their boundaries for the benefit of others. It's lower your boundaries for the benefit of you. Not that every single boundary you have needs to be lowered. Some of them are just fine. They're perfect. They serve you. However, we're saying that some of those boundaries could actually be working against you. That was kind of the point. And the open hand in the metaphor.
Venus, hold on. I just stopped there for a second. Did you understand that, Andrea?
yeah, I understand that, but I still disagree.
Okay, what do you disagree about as far as what she said there?
I was just like in my personal journey and my therapy, I've always been under the understanding that boundaries are safe. They are you basically saying, hey, I don't want to do this, or I'm not comfortable with that. So I think maybe we have to talk about this, like a specific situation
Okay,
where someone,
so what do you disagree with what she said?
yeah, I said I disagree.
What
I
do
said,
you
what do you disagree with?
What do I disagree with? I don't think that lowering your boundaries is you receiving something or for the benefit of yourself. If that's your boundary, that's your boundary. Like you have to be firm in your boundary. So I disagree with that, with what she's saying.
Okay, hold tight. Go ahead, Venus.
Maybe Marcus can explain it better. He looks like he want to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna try and give her an example. Imagine you in a relationship, right? And you and the man are pretty much falling in love and everything is going well. But you put up a boundary that says, I'm never gonna fall in love again because I was hurt by this guy. So the moment you feel yourself falling deeper in love, instead of you going and allowing that boundary to come down so you all can connect, what you do is you push that person away and you create a rift or cause the end of a relationship because you don't want to get attached, because the boundary is protecting you from falling in love and being hurt, but it's also protecting you from falling in love.
Okay, I can kind of see what you're saying a little bit.
Can I add something that help?
I think I know where the problem is. That word, the word boundary, right? I think they probably should have used a different word other than boundary, because the connotation of boundary that Andre's thinking about, I understand it. So using the word boundary is what's throwing it off so badly. If we take that out of it and we just say that we know that we are defensive sometimes, right? When we are meeting new people before we can trust people and everything, but at some point we would kind of lower our guard. Not to say I'm going to allow you to take advantage of me, but I'm going to let you into my heart, right? Because I trust you in that manner. Does that make any more sense if we remove that boundary thing?
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me, because I think some people see boundaries in certain, like, some people see boundaries.
I understand.
Like,
I understand, because I don't think boundaries was the right word for them to use in our context. I understand why you were thrown off by that.
So let me say this, just for me, I trust women specifically because my boundaries are so well in place. Like, I don't fall in love. I choose to love a woman. I don't fall for nothing. Like, because my boundaries are in place. I'm always paying attention, and it's just it's an awareness. I'm not paying attention. It's about, I'm aware of where my boundaries are. What a woman is doing or not doing or whatever. Am I happy or am I not? Am I fulfilled or am I not fulfilled? I'm not afraid to, say something to a woman and have a conversation. If you hurt my feelings, I'm not going to just get quiet because I'm a man. I'm be like, yo, what you just said hurt my feelings. And we're going to have a conversation with that. And because of my boundaries, and I trust myself to protect myself with my boundaries, I have no problem with getting hurt. I have no problem with a relationship failing, because I would know overall it either isn't my fault why the relationship failed, or either it is my fault all at the same time, because I chose the woman. So that means I chose the wrong woman. So I'm not necessarily going to look at it like she hurt me. No, I'm going to say, okay, I got to look at myself and my choice of women. And do I need to add a boundary? Do I need to add a standard? And it's going to make me better. So I can't wait to get in the next relationship, whether it works out or whether it doesn't work out, because I trust myself. When you have boundaries, it actually is about how much you trust yourself. A person that does not have boundaries, they have to actually trust the other person. But I trust myself. So that's the reason why boundaries to me was so important in the conversation that the woman was having.
And then also, to put it in a different perspective, say for instance, me and Trev, right? Let's say I work a 9-to-5 job, right? But I want to be a barber. But I got this boundary that I set that I'm not quitting this job because this is my stability, it's my whatever, right? And Trev comes and presents me with a great opportunity to fast track me to becoming a barber, where I can significantly increase my income. I can go and start my own business, yada, yada, yada. I turn down Trev and say, I'm not doing that, Trev, because I'm safe right here and I'm not quitting this job. I'm not sacrificing this. I'm not doing that. That would kind of explain what Voice is saying when she says that a closed fist does not only are you protecting yourself from some form of failure or pain or whatever, but you're also not only are you protecting yourself from giving, but you're protecting you're preventing yourself from also receiving. So I would be preventing myself from receiving the blessing that Trev would have brought to me because I'm not willing to give up this job.
Yeah, like I think boundaries can be like tempered. Like I think during certain times they can benefit you, and then you go through different stages in life and you can revisit them. I think your understanding of the word boundary right now is what's causing you to have this boundary with us, actually. Like you're kind of so closed up to what we are saying, you're not even really hearing it.
Yep.
Because I think it doesn't sound smart to me. I think that it's trying to convince people that if something makes them feel safe or something makes them feel comfortable or they have specific things set up for themselves, you're trying to tell them that if they're not sticking to their boundaries or standing on how they feel, and if they're wavering in how they actually truly feel and are trying to second guess themselves because they're going to receive something if they second guess themselves, I can't agree to that.
So question, what's the purpose of the boundary? Like at the end of the day, you have a goal, right?
So are you asking me? Okay, what are you asking me?
Well, let me rephrase. If your boundary is getting in the way of your goal, your end goal, then maybe that boundary needs to be revisited. That's the point.
I will call that an obstacle. I wouldn't call it a boundary because
if something you said is in place that is unshakable, you refuse to move it, then how are you getting past it?
I think that, okay, so let me specify what I mean when I'm talking about boundaries. Because like, for example, like if you're on it, like if you're about to go on this date with this guy that you're interested in and you like him, and he's like, well, do you want me to pick you up from your house? And one of your boundaries is you don't like people picking you up from your house. You'll meet them there at the date until you feel safe and you feel comfortable, if that's something that you choose to do. Like, I feel like in that kind of instance of which I'm talking about, I think that it would be unwise. And I think that it would be unwise to go against yourself and say, well, no, yeah, I'll just let him come pick me up because I'm going to receive him feeling like I trust him or something like that. Like, I just don't agree to that. That's what I'm referring to.
So I think in that case, that's a boundary that serves you, right? So what we're referring to are boundaries that work against you.
And like it's a lack of boundary type of thing. It's not just having boundaries, it's understanding which boundary works and what boundary doesn't work. Because sometimes you have boundaries just to have boundaries. Like what Voice of Venus was saying, sometimes your boundaries are like unreasonable on purpose because you don't want to let nobody in. So they're actually not boundaries. They're obstacles, like you said, but they're obstacles for the other person to overcome.
I mean, I feel like if it's right, it wouldn't feel uncomfortable doing it. Like I shouldn't have to, if something is going to be what it is, like if this person is the person I'm going to want to be with and love or whatever, at no point should I feel like I have to second guess myself when it comes to asserting how I feel, saying what I want, and standing on that. And if that is a boundary, then inserting my boundary. Like, I don't feel like anything that is for me is going to make me teeter on whether or not I want to compromise my boundary or not. I think it should be very natural. It should feel very organic. And if it teeters with how you truly feel inside, I just don't think it's beneficial. That's just me.
Well, I would argue that in that woman scenario in the video, right? She was technically second guessing herself because she was getting very painful results in her relationships. And so when she went to go talk to her therapist had to explain to her how her boundaries were actually negatively affecting her, in which she actually acknowledged in the video that, yes, these were things that were actually negatively affecting my relationships with men. You know what I mean? And sometimes potentially with other people, not even just men or relationships like that, but friendships. So I would argue that she did have we're not talking about boundaries that actually work in your favor or work to your best interest, like voice Venus just said. We're talking about the ones that negatively impact you. And I would argue that it's very human to second guess yourself when things that you do aren't yielding the results that you want. So if you're doing something and it's not yielding the results that you want, I think it's very humane to say, why am I keep experiencing this? And then her therapist helped her understand why she was experiencing that.
Like I said, I think the proper term will be obstacle. I'm just not going to sit up here and say boundaries are not something that all people should have and stick to. I'm just not going to subscribe to that. I think that's dangerous.
Literally, nobody said that. Nobody's even asked you to say that.
Shouldn't have boundaries. We said maybe we have to revisit some of our boundaries because some of them, again, may work for you and some may work. I think like if you were a little bit just open to try to understand, because I think I'm understanding
to trying to understand.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Well, I just want to say this last part anyway. So it sounds like the word boundary in your mind means protect, which is true, right? So anybody altering with anything that you deem protecting you, you're finding a problem with. But what you're not understanding is some of the boundaries are actually not protecting you. That's the part you're not getting.
What you're not understanding is that boundaries and the words and the terms for boundaries is that it's a protection for you. So maybe we should just agree to disagree because you're not going to convince me out of how I feel. And that's just it.
Okay. Let me say this. One last ditch effort to get her to understand and we can move on. A boundary that would keep me away from somebody I love would be like, I'm not dating light-skinned women. Right? Because a light-skinned woman hurt me or whatever, right? And I now don't date light-skinned women. But all these light-skinned women that can actually be, good women for me, but it's a boundary. But it's actually hurting my opportunities for love because I'm making this crazy thought process of all light-skinned women are A, B, and C. That's a boundary that can actually hurt you, but is meant to protect me.
No, that's a preference. Okay.
Anybody no, it's a fear. It's not. It's a boundary. Sir, I'm doing something that is hurting me because I don't want to get hurt. Okay. It's not a preference. I want light-skinned women. At the end of the day, that's your personal preference. Okay. That's not a preference.
What I'm saying to you is this because you're about to make me lose my point. Anybody who is for you should respect your boundaries in all ways. And I'm just going to end
Andrea, do you understand a fear is not a preference?
I'm not finished. If a person doesn't respect your boundaries, they don't deserve to be in your life. And I'm just going to end it by saying that.
Andrea, do you understand a fear is not a preference? If I fear something, that can't be my preference, Andrea.
How do we get back here though? Because like 15 minutes ago, we talked about Andrea just removing the word boundary out, and we found out that she was pretty much on the same page as most of us. But when you say boundaries, like, she understands it a certain way, and many people understand boundaries as such. But once we kind of broke it down, like took the word boundaries out, because that is what boundaries means, right? So just because they use boundaries in the video like that, don't mean that we have to all employ that into our vocabulary that way. We're just saying that she agreed that she would open her heart up to somebody and let her guard down if she felt like they were worthy, and she understood that part. So how do we get back here again? Still talking about boundaries. Because she's not going to dig it if you keep bringing boundaries back.
Because boundaries are limits we identify for ourselves and apply through action or communication. That is literally what it is. What Mr. Let Go said is literally what boundaries are. The reason why we can't get off the boundary word is because we're trying to flip the meaning and say, oh, well, this isn't boundary isn't actually the word. No, it really is the word. She just doesn't want to accept it. Which is fair.
No, I accept it. That's my boundary, though. Now you guys are crossing my boundaries. I already said I'd accept it, but you guys have to accept what I'm saying, too. It's funny because you guys are all trying to convince me that I should understand you, but you guys aren't willing to understand what I'm saying. The only person who's understood me is Trev. So maybe you guys need to start educating yourself on boundaries. Why don't you guys go read a book called Set Boundaries, Find Peace? Why don't you go do that? Go read books about boundaries, because obviously you guys need to
do understand you. It's like,
no, you don't understand.
It's like looking at a child that you know you're smarter than. So I understand that I'm smarter than you. I do understand. So it's like talking to someone who doesn't understand things on a level that I do. I understand.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. We're just not going to understand each other. Sorry
And the
about
person
that.
that's upset is usually the
boundary.
person that's not understanding the other person. We're
Right.
not upset.
We
You're
understand
the one
you.
that's
You
you're the
don't
one that's upset.
Because
right
it's an echo chamber. That's why you're not upset. It's an echo chamber, and you're trying to
because
get me
you're the
to
only
understand
person
what
that
you're
doesn't
saying,
know
and
what
I'm
the hell they're
not.
talking
Like,
about.
why can't you just accept the fact that I don't agree? Like, why do I have to agree? This is the part where I'm talking about boundaries. We feel like it's okay for us to push ourselves on someone else. I'm telling you my answer, and you guys are not going to convince me of anything different. So the fact that you're doing that, you're encroaching upon my boundaries.
We're having a
No, but we
conversation.
can't tell you that you're wrong.
Hear the audience.
Like, I'm
We
not going to see
can't. We can't.
There's an
We
audience.
can't tell you that you're wrong. You don't have to. We don't have to say that. We don't have to change.
That's just
The,
it.
the thing is that, and this is what interesting, and this is where these conversations come from, is that our job isn't to convince Andrea to change her mind. Our only job is to make sure that the audience hears everything that's being said and they can draw their own conclusions. I'm simply saying that what Andrea is describing is actually wrong. Now, whether she believes it or not is neither here nor there with me. She's
And
wrong.
Andrea, we're talking to the audience when we say that.
Yeah,
Not
we're
you.
not trying
Right
to
or
force you
wrong
into
is
anything.
not. You guys are stupid. Like, I don't even want to have a conversation. No more.
It doesn't matter. We're talking to you, but we're helping the audience understand why you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So
The
they
fact
are
that you guys feel like
as
like the fact that you guys feel
ill-informed
like
as you.
the fact that you guys feel like you can tell me that I'm wrong and how I feel about boundaries, the fact that you can tell me that I'm not making sense and that I like that's what I'm talking about. I see boundaries a certain way. You read a definition that can be very broad and general depending on what we're talking about. To me, I see boundaries as things that protect you and that are meant to keep you safe. So I'm not going to waver on convincing someone to not have boundaries because of this idea that they're going to receive something if they second guess themselves and what makes them feel comfortable. So the fact that you guys cannot receive that and you guys are telling me that I'm wrong in how I'm thinking and telling me all these other different things is what I'm talking about. That's
We're not
okay.
telling
That's not
you
wrong.
that.
Like,
I'm telling the audience that you're
Hold on,
wrong.
hold on. We're not telling you that you're wrong. We're telling the audience that you're
Sweeney
wrong.
just called me wrong, and then
No,
you just said something else
We're-
smart. Like it's
Understand this. We're not telling Andrea that you are wrong. We're telling the audience that you
Andrea
are
is
wrong.
wrong.
You know what's funny about that? Because it's like you think by doing that it's gonna make what you're saying any valid. It's not.
No, we're
It's
just
not.
being helpful to the
Like,
audience.
what is it?
So
What is it teaching
somebody
them that they
that
should lower
thinks
their
like
boundaries
you
because they're gonna
won't go
receive
too
some
far.
gift?
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Literally, nobody on this panel actually said that. You're the only one that keeps drawing it back to that and throwing caution in the wind and saying it's either have boundaries or have no boundaries. Nobody on this panel said that. Nobody even disagreed with your example or your definition of what boundaries can be. Nobody disagreed with you on that. It's just the simple fact that it's just the simple fact that you're openly disagreeing with our definition of how we're moving, how we're trying to steer the conversation. And it is what it is. I'm not here to convince you to change your mind. I just want the audience to fully understand the conversation that we're having and it to be fully fleshed out. Yes, I am calling you wrong. That doesn't mean that you have to believe you're wrong, but I believe you're wrong. Now, if the audience agrees with me or they don't agree with me, it doesn't really matter. It's
And
up
this
to
is
them to
one
draw
of
their
the
own
reasons.
conclusion.
And this is one of the reasons why you may have your mindset, not saying that your mindset is wrong. Your way of seeing boundaries could be why you don't want to get married or don't want to have kids or don't want to be in a relationship. And that's all we saying.
That's absolutely incorrect. And for you to think that that has any relevance right now is crazy. I'm well aware of my boundaries and what makes me feel comfortable, which is why when it feels right and I'm in a relationship with someone, I'm in a relationship because it makes me feel safe, not because I have to lower boundaries to be receiving something. No, it's because this person makes me feel
Those are two
safe.
different things.
They make me feel comfortable.
Those
I
are
feel
two different
protected
things,
with them.
though.
I feel safe. I feel like I can let go of my guard.
That's cool.
That's the difference.
But what I'm saying is a possibility that due to your extended level of boundaries, you may not have met that person because you may not let a certain type of person get close to you enough to make you safe.
I disagree with you. I'm sorry. I disagree because I feel like that doesn't have, when it comes to my personal love life and what I choose to do, anybody who was with me for a long period of time, for years, an extended period of time, and we love each other, I know they respect my boundaries and they have respected my boundaries. And that's why I feel comfortable and safe letting my guard down, because they have shown themselves to me that they can respect my boundaries. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
I agree.
When you have boundaries, it's not about, oh, should I not have this boundary here because then I receive something? No, it's about saying to a person, communicating to a person, hey, this is where I draw the line and I'm not willing to waver on that. And a person respecting that. When they start to do that, you start to see who that person really is. And that's when you can let your guard down and feel safe. So that's just where I stand on, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm just
no more boundary talk. Do you have fears?
Who gives a shit what is shit? And I'm just playing. Go ahead, Andre.
do you have fears? Because remember, yes, I started my part of the conversation off of by saying it's a difference between boundaries and fears. So do you have fears?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So now this is kind of like what I've been saying. And I started off by saying this, boundaries and fears. So some of your fears may actually feel like is a boundary, but it's actually a fear.
Oh, really?
That's all we're saying.
Really?
That's all we're saying. But you're calling the fear a boundary instead of calling it a fear.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, what I'm saying is,
am I wrong?
I have a fear. What I'm saying is, I have a fear of getting my house broken into. So my boundary is to not let people come and pick me up for dates when I would rather meet them there. That's my fear. So that's my boundary. Does that make sense?
Cool.
Oh man, Mr. Lincoln.
It's cool. That's
hey, what's the next topic, bro?
I ain't got no more topics.
Ain't no next topic.
Oh my God.
No, it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm going to bed. I'm not gonna be all night.
The last 2 minutes. We explained some shit. We already know. We know where she coming from on this, man. Now you sound like you're trying to convince her to change her mind.
She has fears, bro.
We know that. She don't speak to nobody.
She's afraid.
No sex before wed. Chicago Rilla, give the Lapeef Network membership. Christopher J, $1.99. Get a new therapist. Rojo, custom car therapy, $5. Says there's soccer and there's football, but she wants to play curling. Let her.
Hey, JR, you meant to do that? Was that in effect or no?
Yes, sir. It's in effect.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Keep the other one you just had. What's the other one you just had?
Trav, to the office, please.
But yeah, it's all good, Andrea. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm fine. I don't know why you guys think I'm so upset. I'm fine. We're just gonna disagree, and I'm not gonna subscribe to groupthink and just say yes because you want to hear me say yes. No,
you're like a person who's rebellious just because.
Oh yeah, she got a rebellious spirit.
She be trolling. That's why I said she be trolling. She just be making up shit to argue with us about.
No, I think this is how she thinks and operates for real.
No, it really is.
Yeah, I believe her. I believe everything she said about her stuff.
You should.
Andrea, I got a question for you.
Contrary.
I don't believe her. I see something different.
Can you describe how you view codependence in your own words and how you view interdependent in your own words?
So I don't really know much about interdependent, but
wow.
I know that codependent.
You may have to define it.
You said, yeah. So yeah, I know what codependency is because I have experienced it.
Boom.
So when you feel like you need this person, or like you're almost like I'm not gonna say desperation. It could be just like a fear of abandonment or just whatever it is. You feel like you have to like compromise so many different things to keep this person around, and that's just not a healthy way of that. That's not healthy. Anything that makes you feel like you have to compromise how you feel, your how you think, like what you say. If I have to peel myself back to like make you feel comfortable, that's I'm being codependent on you. Like I'm like I need you, so I'm like defying myself. That's crazy.
So to answer what interdependence is, and I'll give it back to Marcus. Interdependence is the middle ground between codependency and independence. Is what's in the middle, right? It's like being at a job, right? You got two co-workers. They do one part of the job, you do the other part of the job, and y'all kind of like need each other to
create synergy.
Yeah, it's a synergy or whatever. But y'all both work for the supervisor, and y'all are interdependent with the supervisor. He pays you, and you do whatever the job that they need you to do. So it's an interdependent. So when you're in a relationship with somebody, it's somewhat what Voice of Venus said. Like, he gives you this, and you give him this, and y'all work together to get to the goal that y'all are working on. And it's an interdependence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
How do we get there?
I mean, what? I don't understand.
What is that noise?
Because I don't think Andrea had any lack of understanding of what interdependence was. I think she just had a problem with codependence, which she is technically right. Codependence is a parasitic type of relationship style where you do things and you sacrifice yourself for the approval of someone else. And that's kind of like the concept that she was coming from. So I don't even think she was even describing interdependent relationships or had any problem with interdependent relationships.
And here's the problem. Go ahead.
I brought it up because she said this a couple times, and I was just curious as how she defined codependent, because I think she believes that a relationship where you're relying on the other person, just in my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is codependency. But there, as Mr. Lego said, there is another version that's not negative and harmful, will be interdependent, where you work together and create group synergy, and the compromise is you all finding a way to move forward in the right direction.
Yeah,
women. Is that how you described it, Andrea? Codependent, dependence in a relationship. Is that how you describe?
Interdependent was so. This is I don't really know much about that term interdependent.
Well, let me say this. Women, and this ain't meant to sound crazy, but I'm just gonna say it. Women kind of operate like rodents. What? I'm not saying this in a bad way, but women run from one side of the room to the other side. You know how a rodent like stays on a floorboard because they're afraid to walk to the middle of the floor because they don't want to get stomped on or something like that. So it's kind of like what women do. They just stay on one side of the room and they scurry from one side of the room to the other, because one side is codependency and the other side of the room is independence. So they get screwed over one way and they run to the other side, and there's no food. The food is actually in the middle of the room, but they're afraid to come to the middle of the room because that's where the actual rodent is the most vulnerable. That's actually how women operate.
This nigga brain and his scalp shares the same texture, bro.
What are you talking about, man?
Eat every day.
What the fuck is this?
Okay.
Come on, Mr. Lego. Bro, god damn.
If y'all know, it's okay. So
what the fuck?
I just have to say something because you want to liken women to rodents. It'll be really wild if I just said some stuff like I could really just say some shit and just make y'all real mad. But I'm really trying to decide against it.
No, you did call all men dumb. So
I'm really trying not to be petty.
Andrea, you can't make us mad because we have boundaries.
No, all I'm saying is this.
Give me an example of what you would say if you was to say it.
I would love to hear this.
I'm giving you all a pass. I'm going to
give
you
piss us off. We want to hear this.
No, go ahead. Say it to Leco. He's the one that got you mad.
Say it what you said.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. You want to compare animalistic behavior?
Yeah, let's talk about animalistic behavior.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Tell us. Orangutans, monkeys.
I think you guys are like you two women. I think you guys are like you guys.
Seahorses.
We like what?
I think you guys are like ravished beasts. You're like untamed boars. You guys just don't know. You don't think with anything. You don't think with your brain at all. You just think with what's in between your legs. I think you guys are just completely insane most of the time. I think you're ego driven. I think you can be very, very individuals.
Hey, we got. Hey, hit her with the beastly
Bro.
sound. Hit her with the wild boar sound. We out here thinking with our dick now. Hey, look, Andre.
What
does she do?
Y'all scurry around. I'm sorry, but y'all scurry around.
Here's the reality.
You leave your car into the grocery store. You scurry to the grocery store. You scurry back to your car. Women, I'm sorry, operate like rodents.
And the reality is, Andrea, you may just be right. We may be thinking with our third leg, with our second head, whatever you want to call it. But it's the reason why y'all make money today. It's the reason why y'all get us to do a whole lot of shit. Because if we weren't thinking with that, there would be a whole lot of shit not getting done around here. We If we weren't thinking with our third brain, half of y'all wouldn't know what to do with y'all selves because y'all couldn't even pimp money out of us. That third brain put money in your pocket.
And I didn't say y'all are. I just say the operation is similar.
Well, we have to use it to our advantage, you know.
Hey, I ain't mad at it. We got to do it. Hey, we got to move how we got to move. Women got.
I got one more question for you, Andrea. When you talk about the advancement of women over men, how far advanced do you think women are in comparison to men?
That's a good question. You know, I feel like no, because I'm not. No, because y'all keep putting me on spot. It is making me feel nervous.
Nah, we want to hear this. We got to hear this. Let the world know how smart are y'all over us. We are just these lowly, dumb Negroes. Don't know what the fuck we doing. Tell us how smart y'all are over us. We want to know.
No, because you guys are gonna make fun of me.
No, we're not.
We can't make fun of you if you're telling the truth, right?
No, it's not about. It's what my thought process. It's what my theory is.
Okay, go ahead. We're listening.
So just because based on science, the fact that we mature faster, you guys walk faster, you guys.
We're in toddlers.
I think that God created women, and we could give life, you guys. I think that we're like a superior being. I feel like we're a superior identity. Like we were finally crafted. Like it's like we're just everything. We're so spiritually connected to this universe, and you guys,
No, how many years more advanced rather? If in second grade, what grade are you in?
It's unmeasurable. It's unmeasurable. I think that the way our brains are developed, the brain cells that we have is just so much far advanced. It's unmeasurable. We're just far ahead. It's light years ahead. We're light years ahead of you all.
Anything that's unmeasurable either doesn't exist or is not worth measuring.
That's not true. Space is unmeasurable.
Space is actually measurable.
No, it's not. No, it's so many universes out there. It's unmeasurable.
There's galaxies and they're measured.
No, but space just goes. It doesn't stop. There's no stopping.
Space just goes, really?
And
how do you know?
All the time.
Like using the education system, where would you say men are and where would you say women are using the terminology of the education system?
We're talking about the educational system. I mean, who made the educational system? White men. So can't really.
No, I'm using it as a metric. Like there's a master's, there's a PhD,
which is a measuring system, like you said, unmeasurable.
I think it's unmeasurable, you guys. I'm sorry. I just think it's far beyond the human thought process. School, I think that's minimal compared to the actual reality of it. I think that we're just so.
Because what I'm trying to determine is so if you said we was freshmen and you guys were PhD scholars, right? Would that be a fair comparison? We're freshmen in college and you all are PhD scholars.
I mean, I just think that we're just we don't stop. PhD is
so just much further than
she's saying it's unfathomable.
Pretty much.
It's literally how do we still manipulate y'all so well if that's the case?
It's impossible. We can't.
If it's so unmeasurable, how do we always manipulate y'all and get what we want from y'all almost every time?
I mean, the thing
and y'all end up getting screwed over every time. How is that?
I'm going to tell you how that is. We are so loving and understanding and nurturing that most times it's this idea of love. We put love. We understand fully what love means.
Really?
It's an unconditional term. So we believe in love and we are able to produce and show love. You guys are incapable of that.
So why do women, most y'all, not you, but y'all have babies with pookies?
I mean,
Because if
You
y'all
just
are
said
so
we're
intelligent, how do
incapable of
y'all have
love. We're
why
doing
do
this
y'all
again.
big dumb dudes
I mean,
have
you
babies?
guys are capable of loving, but just not to our capacity. We love more than you guys because we
Well, why do y'all
understand
have babies with
How do you
dumb
know?
How do we? How
Why do
do
y'all
I know
have
that?
why do y'all have babies with dumb dudes if that's the case?
I mean, I don't have kids. I can't answer that for you. You have to ask someone who decided to compromise themselves for you all and got pregnant.
So you say women love unconditionally most times?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. We understand.
So what's the scenario?
people's
What's this?
depth.
So what? How would you describe the scenario when women take advantage of men? Because that definitely happens too, right? Are men being taken advantage of because they are so loving, or it's only because we're stupid?
We're stupid
And
and they're loving. That's what it is. We're stupid.
I didn't say
We
that.
get
Sweetie
taken
said
advantage
that.
of.
I'm
We
just
get
no.
taken advantage of.
I want her. I want Andrea to answer. Give her a
I'm
shot
just
to
saying.
answer.
I'm just saying. We get taken advantage of because we stupid. They get taken advantage of because they love hard and
You see
unconditional.
that?
Said that.
Y'all hear that?
You see that? That's how crazy that is right there. We
Sweeney
stupid,
said
but
that. I
y'all
didn't say
love
that.
hard.
Sweeney
It is
said that.
crazy.
But
The justification of your own behavior is hilarious.
She don't disagree. I guarantee you she don't disagree. She said when I said that. I guarantee you she don't disagree.
No, I'm not saying that. It's possible. It's possible for men to be taken advantage of by women because they loved hard. I just think that overall, most
We
women
actually love harder than women.
Oh, please.
Women do not love, they only love their children. They don't necessarily, we're utilitized. We're utilitized. We're utility.
Oh wow. Okay.
Crazy.
I mean, whatever you say.
Would you lay down your life for your husband? Would
No.
you die for your husband?
No.
No, she won't.
No. Look at her.
Andrea,
No.
Would you die for your husband?
That's an example of how much
I mean,
we love
it
versus
depends
y'all.
on what
We'll die for
situation.
y'all.
It depends on the circumstances and the situation. It just depends on a lot.
Would you go to work all year and support your husband and for the rest of your life?
No.
Why would I do that?
I'm just curious. I'm trying to get a metric of some of the things that just in the way you think. I'm just trying to understand a little bit better. So I can
Better
draw
question is to
parameters
ask, how do
around it.
women love men unconditionally? How do they love their partners unconditionally? What is some?
Women,
She won't die for him and she won't provide for him.
because
so how?
we are a gift. God created us because he wanted us to be a helper to you all, because he noticed that you guys, it was not good for men to be alone. So he created the woman and he said, here, this is to be a helper for you. And we came along and we just, the way we were built, the way that we were made, the way that we, walk, the way we talk, the way we do everything, you guys, we make your world go round.
That didn't answer my question at all. She just simply said God did it.
He did. You have to take that up with the creator. I mean,
you asked me, how do we love?
You said
unconditionally?
that you said God created a superior being to be a helper to an inferior being?
That don't make no sense, Andrea.
Okay.
I want you to think about that. Think about that for a second. Trev,
No, I'm just asking.
say that one more time, please.
No, I said,
It actually
do you
could
think,
make sense. Hold on, that could make sense though. 'Cause think about it. When you have
Ask that question again. Ask that
if you have
question again.
if you have a mentally handicapped person, you would get somebody that wasn't as handicapped to take care of them.
Trev, just repeat what you just said.
No,
You get what I'm saying?
I said, but he's if you're saying they're a helper, right? You're telling me that the creator made a helper superior to the person that they're helping.
That makes
right. So he made man, and then said, "I'm going to make an inferior being." or I'm going to make right like that. That doesn't happen. God didn't do that in any other circumstances. What we're saying, right? There's no situation anywhere else where the
Mark, this is where your logic. Hold on, Trev. I got it. Hold on, I'm about to explain Marcus real quick. I got to explain this to Marcus. This is where your analogy falls apart. The person who's disabled is not in a position of power in that situation.
no, let's talk about it. Don't move from the point. Don't move the goalposts. Because here's the thing. In the book of Genesis, when God created man,
Can they hire or fire?
what God
Probably not.
When God created man, he said, it is not good for man to be alone. I'm going to provide a helper for you. And that's when he created women. Like I say all the time, you guys were the rough draft copy and we were the final essay. and we came along and we helped you all because you needed it. Don't you
It's
get
somehow
it?
for 35,000 years.
It's not. So you're trying to say God was bad at it when he made us? He was bad at it, and then he perfected his craft by the time he got to you.
I don't question God.
You said it was a rough draft, so he didn't know what he was doing yet.
So,
That's not.
so you we supposed to have had
what
titties.
he said is that he said that it was
So we
not
was
good
supposed
for
to have
men to be
titties,
alone.
but he said, you know what? Damn, I forgot the titties. Let me go make some more humans with titties.
No, he forgot the baby maker, Mr. Lego. He was like, "Oh shit, how are they gonna reproduce? Damn, I gotta put the baby maker on that. Now let me just pull the rib out."
Damn, we supposed to have titties, y'all. He was like, "Damn, I forgot the titties.
I forgot the nagging. I forgot the God damn it. I forgot the
airheadedness.
I forgot the emotional instability.
I forgot the indecisiveness.
No, you guys, it could be so much more easier if you guys would listen to women and
I
understand
forgot the frailness.
This is the thing.
The inability to hunt.
Help you along. You guys have to be willing to understand and open your ears and receive the message that we're saying. And you know how much peaceful this world could be if you guys would listen to women. Do you know that?
Y'all are the ones who make it non-peaceful.
Not as peaceful if women listen to men.
If you guys, I'm honestly being honest with you guys. I promise you, women, we have a gift of discernment. We are intertwined with the universe, the everything. So listen to us more often, and you guys will be better off. Don't you see?
No,
we're here to help you guys along the way. Just embrace
the
that.
mother
And
God,
understand we're here to help.
The green mother goddess, you know what I mean? She that came in and said, "We don't know what we doing out here. We need the women's to jump on board and help us out because we are just steering this ship all the way wrong, y'all."
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and nominate Andrea for president so she can get some of her peoples, some of her lady friends. You bring Priscilla on in there too, and they're gonna fix the world for us. They're gonna go ahead and they're gonna get rid of all the wars, they're gonna cure all the cancers, they're gonna give us all the food. It's gonna be great. Because Mother Goddess, because God forgot to put the pussy on us. That was the only thing that stopped us from we was the rough draft. He forgot the pussy.
I'm not saying that this world will be perfect, but we'd be better off because as women, we know how to love and spread love and to show love. You guys,
But I ain't gonna lie. I'm glad God didn't forget the pussy because if we was just down here with a bunch of dudes,
we wouldn't do shit. I don't even know what she's talking about. Like
we would hate life.
We would not be doing shit. We would be all twiddling our thumbs, smacking big rocks into little rocks for no goddamn reason at all if there was no pussy on this planet.
Oh my God. Life would be trash. So yeah, Andrea, I don't agree with you, but I appreciate that y'all have titties and all these other beautiful body parts, and you know, y'all smell good. No, not the brain, just everything else.
Let me add on to your appreciation. I appreciate the energy that women bring. Even though it's emotional roller coasters at times, the emotional range that I may not express myself to be able to witness it. It's kind of like when I see my kids happy, it make me happy type thing.
Women or children? You mean women or children? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the emotional range because my daughter, she got super excited about drawing a 7 today. You know what I'm saying? Like I write 7, I don't feel no way, but it made me happy to see that occur. I also appreciate the difference in the way that they interpret things because I truly believe I understand both languages, and I be seeing like, you know, this is a little deeper than we taking it because the nuance is where the beauty and art is created at, like the black and whites, the extreme yes and no's, but that nuance, it can provide something extra fantastic, like extra, you know what I'm saying?
You got to understand, though, with that, Marcus, there's a gift and a curse to that shit. Just as much understand it and love and everything that comes out of that, boy.
Well, Marcus,
we know what the other side look like. We know what the other side look like.
Go ahead, Venus.
I was going to say, well, Marcus, I appreciate you for being the only one to appreciate anything about a woman that wasn't a body part like the other people up here.
Oh, baby, come on, man. You know these just jokes, man.
That was
Voice of Venus, golly.
Like, we can't joke, man. We let her dog. We let her call us beast and everything, man.
She literally said we were dumb.
Y'all told me to
Pigs.
but I felt.
Pigs. Wild pigs.
You told me, you convinced me to say that after he called us rodents. What do you?
No, I get it. No, I just want you
rodents.
to understand we up here playing. We not
I
serious.
said there's
man.
a form of operation that is similar to
In all seriousness, Venus, do you think that we would be married right now if we didn't appreciate women the way that we do?
Please, there's a lot of horrible men married.
Oh,
hey, I ain't one of them. I'm
Venus, he did say one thing that was inspirational. He didn't use the word inspirational, but when he was saying we wouldn't do nothing without women.
Yeah, we wouldn't. Like if it wasn't for y'all, bro, we would be just sitting here do y'all not realize 90% of the shit that we done created on this planet is because of y'all?
We realize it. We do.
Women said,
Until women start stepping into their power, nothing's gonna change.
We was cool with laying on the rocky floor. You know what I mean? We didn't even care about fire until a woman said, "I'm cold," and we was like, "Fuck, gotta make some fire." We was sitting there feeding her the raw meat, and she was like, "This is nasty." Well, let me go ahead and see it. Let me put this meat over the fire and see what that do. And then she said, "I'm hot," so we created the air conditioner. Then she said, I don't like the rain, so we put a roof over her head. Half the shit we do is for women.
Did y'all know? Because this is something since it's Black History Month, y'all probably don't know, but women are so brilliant. Women actually invented meat.
What? Motherfucker, look, we just, the nigga just brought the big ass boar home dead, and she was like,
"That's meat."
She was like, "I think I might be able to cook that."
Right.
What?
Look it up.
What is this nigga talking about?
Women invented meat. Look it up.
Talking about?
Andre, is there anything you appreciate about men?
Hell no.
Nothing.
I appreciate that when I open up, a jar, you guys are there to open it for me. I do appreciate that. I appreciate that, when I'm having issues with my car,
Cue the violins.
and tell me what's
Oh,
wrong with
yeah.
the car and fix it for me.
What about tires?
Yeah, I appreciate that too. I appreciate
You
when you
appreciate a
guys
man buying you tires?
safely or not, and you get me new tires. I appreciate that.
Money.
Yeah, I appreciate
Andre, you don't know what come with them tires. Be careful. What you say.
Venus, is there anything you appreciate about men specifically? That's not a body part or strength.
I said money.
Did she say money?
Yeah, she said money.
No, hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. See, this is where it's, and I get it. But she just sat here trying to say, "Oh, I appreciate Marcus for mentioning things that had nothing to do with body parts." And the very first thing we get appreciated for is what we can do for them.
Money.
Or money. Like, not our love for them, not the fact that we want to be great fathers or husbands, or that we love them so much. None of that shit. It was all money.
It's not.
You can open this jar for me, nigga.
It's not giving. The culture is not giving very much love, appreciation, and great father right now. So collectively, I don't know about that, but I mean, y'all are right.
Use me as a man then, because I think I embody men.
Marcus. No,
I appreciate a lot of things. I appreciate
Marcus.
When
I think
you
Marcus
wear those do-rags like Tyrese. I appreciate that. That's what I do. Like, I like guys who wear do-rags like Tyrese. So I appreciate that.
Go get the do-rag, man.
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate
like
you
she
guys
date a
play
dude that
basketball
wears a
and
do-rag for no reason.
No, listen, I'm
That'd be the
serious.
most toxic one.
He got a bald head, but he has a do-rag on.
You know who's gonna be the first one to cross your boundaries, Andrea? Who gonna probably be the most likely to be a habitual boundary crosser? A nigga that wear do-rags outside for no reason at all. Like, he's the first motherfucker to boundary cross.
I appreciate when you guys wear those shorts when you play basketball.
The gray
And
sweatpants.
the nice
I appreciate gray sweatpants a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate when y'all be wearing that cologne. I think it's Burberry. I appreciate that. I appreciate men's cologne when y'all wear it. That's
I
nice.
appreciate when they do pull-ups at the gym with the shirt off. I like to do that.
I appreciate when they say that they're doing what is it? Some type of like exercise with their like exercise muscles. I don't know what the words are, but like they be like, oh, working on my electrics or something like that.
Deltoids right now.
I'm like, what's that?
I like when y'all pull out your credit cards and swipe them for things that I want. I really appreciate that.
I appreciate when you guys ask me if I need help with anything. I appreciate that when you guys say you need help, you need some support. I'll be like, yeah, I think so. Yeah, that would be nice. Thanks for offering. I appreciate that.
I appreciate when y'all carry things that I don't want to carry.
Yeah.
It's heavy. I don't like doing this. Thank you.
This is funny.
So if we couldn't do any of those things, what would you love about a man?
What do I love about a man?
Look at what to do,
right? If we couldn't do any of those things that y'all named that were beneficial to y'all, what would you love about a man?
Oh, we useless.
What I would love, I like when you guys have like those little beards, like that connect like that. I appreciate that.
I like when y'all have nice lips.
I appreciate that too. Yeah, I do appreciate that. Yeah.
So if we can't do none of that shit they said, grow you a beard that connects and get some lip injections, and you all good, my brother.
We don't ask for much.
Hold on. Injections.
You see the difference when I talk about unconditional love? You guys are asking us what you bring to the table. All we want is you guys to wear do-rags and have nice lips. We don't ask for much. You guys just listen to us and everything will
gray
go
sweatpants. Wait, you got to add the gray sweatpants too.
Yeah, the
I
gray
got on sweatpants right now.
So that's unconditional love, right?
I appreciate nothing.
God damn. Y'all know they trolling, right?
Marcus, I can't say it out loud. It's hard. It's difficult.
They objectifying us because we objectifying them.
We didn't say anything bad. We're saying that you guys can be handsome and smell good. Those are all great things. We didn't even say anything wrong.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with it. Hey, look, we ain't got no problem with being what y'all saying. I'm just saying that y'all, you know, there ain't nothing wrong with it. Y'all objectifying us though.
No, we're not. I literally just said, I like when they ask if I need help with anything. Being helpful, that's nice. Being handsome and helpful, and being supportive, that's nice too. Those are all very simple things. See?
Okay, let me answer for real. Okay. So I think structure is a big difference I see sometimes between like men and women. Like you might have ideas. But then you get overwhelmed because it's kind of all over the place. And then you could talk to a man and he'll help you like kind of figure out the order of steps to take to make it make sense. So, I mean, structure is one thing. And also like, I don't know how to describe this, but like maybe the ability to be mean or say no. Because like sometimes you want to please everybody, but your man will be like shutting it down, like, nah, you ain't doing that. And so you feel like he gave you the confidence to not do something that you didn't want to do, if that makes sense.
You mean like not cross your boundaries? Not letting you let down your boundaries?
I might not even, it might be like what Mr. Let Go said, in certain places where there should be a boundary, there isn't one, because you're trying to please everybody. But he can see that, so he'll step in and create one. Like, no, we're not doing it.
Yeah, a man can actually create boundaries for a woman.
Nah, Mr. Let Go, because then he'd be controlling.
Women want to be controlled, bro.
I'm not saying, hey, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying you got to be careful with the language we put out there.
No, they want to be controlled. It has to be a dude who is in control for him to be in control. A lot of dudes just want control simply because they're a man.
Do you think you could stay with a man that had $100 million that you are not physically attracted to at all for the duration of a marriage, like until you both passed away?
Yep.
All right, y'all. We gotta go ahead and close out. Peace, Queen. Just trying to catch a vibe.
Hold on, let me get the mother god up here. Queen Mother God.
Gotta be free. Gotta be free. No bras, just free. Let it hang. Gotta be free. All right, man. Let's go ahead and close this out. Oh, we just can't do. Real Pookie, $2. Sweeney gonna buckle face to face with Andrea. Rojo Custom 2 says round 2. Big Bad Boy gifted 10 Lapeef Network membership. So to you, Big Bad Boy, I seen love you were showing in the chat. JS Story to Tell, what's going on, my brother? $10. Women are smarter than we think they are, but not as smart as they think they are. The bar. Big 11, $10. JI, tell the truth or just blink. But do you sometimes be listening to some people on these panels and say to yourself, that person ain't worth 2 dead fries?
Not
Or
two
no.
dead flies.
Therapy, $2. She the first person I want to stop reading. Real Pookie, $2 said 99% of men will entertain you if single, Sweeney.
Wait, what?
Talking about Andrea. He said 99% of men will entertain her if they single. Or if
Why
she's
is Sweeney on the end?
he was saying it to Sweeney. Like that's why he say Sweeney or fold if they was in person.
Oh, okay.
I never said anything about wait, what? How do y'all put me in this?
Yeah, I mean, he just said, I think I saw that in the chat. That's me. Nah.
Man, I ain't never seen a beautiful woman before.
Well, thank you for having me. Everybody have a good night. This was fun.
Yeah. Appreciate everybody joining the panels. Make sure we support each other. Give people the follows, everybody that dropped off and people that's still on here. Thank you guys. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I appreciate all the mods and all the green gang that was in there showing love. Share a stream with somebody. And we're gonna go ahead and get up out of here. All right, y'all.
Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the